of their prison. And the local police, 2 weeks later, or 3 weeks later, whatever time, the local police or the military did not share the information between each other. It looked like people are not understanding. Nigeria is totally collapsed. Just because 2% of the population is living like they are rich and all that, we have almost 150 million people, or whatever the number is, in poverty. This is this is this is abnormal in a country with a population of 200 million. We need to start looking for solutions. We are in a deeper mess. I guarantee you that if all these the usual people get back and win this election in coming in next month, we're gonna be having this conversation again in 4 years time and another 4 years. How long do we have to sit here and deceive ourselves? We need Nigeria, the situation of Nigeria right now. We need somebody that can come in and format everything and we restart all over. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Cool. Welcome to the show.
Hello, good morning, everybody. Nice to see you guys again. So I was waiting for Shore to come on board, but I guess he's still having his program. Yeah. Well, forefather, yesterday, sorry, I was hearing we're being roasted and they beat you to submission. I was beating you on that platform yesterday. So I hope you have survived. You managed to survive because you have to start getting along. They beat you to submission. Hey, well, the situation in Nigeria, I just pray God to help us because what I'm hearing, I don't know if that's, that is the rumor is true. The Senate are already voting to repeal the beaver, which is part of the hope that Nigerians are having now for credible election. If that is done, I don't know what's going to happen. I just don't know because these thieves, these wicked animals we are dealing with, they are not relenting at all because they know what is going to come upon them to the table turns. So they are not relenting and they are doing everything possible to see that this election do not hold on, or even if it's going to hold, they will revert to the old system that will enable them to bring out the already stuffed ballots. I don't know if you were aware that APC, months ago, that was not a rumor. Although some people would just say, oh, it's a rumor. That is truth. Went to Niger and some neighboring countries and collected votes and stuff. They've thought of hide them somewhere to be brought out during the election, And that's why they're fighting tooth and nail to see that they don't use paper, so that when they revert to the paper own, then they can easily brought out those ballots they have already piled up, collected from neighboring countries. All these things are happening before our noses, and we don't talk about it. Many, even when they say, some people will dismiss it with a wave of the hand and think that it's not true. These people are not relenting at all. Tinubu is going. In fact, this is like a break of a do or die affair for cohorts. The same applies to later. So I don't know. Nigeria brace up for what is going to come because we don't know.
Thank you. Cool. Des, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Damages. Good afternoon, everybody. I think we are on Showore's issue. I just want to, basically state it clear. Anybody supporting Showore is deceiving himself, to be honest. Because one, I don't see Showore becoming the president in the next 50 years if he continues like this. Let's even imagine the best case scenario that he start getting support from the intellectuals, maybe the Sultans. Is it going to land in the presidency? No. He's still going to penetrate towards the North, which I don't even see him going. Like, the North is never going to follow him if he doesn't have an alliance with all these bad people that he keeps cursing. It's not going to happen in the next 50 years. So let's stop telling ourselves Showore. That's why I'm angry. If Showore really wants to change Nigeria, this is the time we actually begin. Because P2B is actually, I would say, is more of the change in the.
Hey, Mr. Shaw.
Is more of a change in the political system of Nigeria. So that is why I feel like he should basically support P2B and change that scenario. And I don't know. I feel like we shouldn't even start deceiving ourselves about Showore this, Showore that. If he wants to be serious becoming the president of Nigeria, he knows what to do. And what he's doing will never land him the presidency, period.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. Thank you so much, Des. Pastor Charles, your turn. But let me just say, I just heard from Showore. He wants to have dinner and then he will join us. So go ahead, Pastor Charles. Unmute yourself, Pastor Charles. Go ahead.
Okay. I want to say thank you so much, Dr. Damage, for allowing us to speak in your platform.
Thank you.
And also, I want to appreciate all of us who are here tonight to discuss issues that have to do with Nigeria development. To be honest with you, I am quite ashamed that some Nigerians, in fact, many Nigerians don't know what they want. We live in abroad. We have seen the world, and yet we are still thinking like people in the village. Sometimes it makes me feel sick, so sick inside of me. How can somebody not like Showore? I don't understand how can somebody with the sorry state, with the sorry state Nigeria is right now, and you hear Showore speak and you don't like Showore? I don't understand. I don't know what is going on with us. Since last election, I never knew who Showore was. I never knew, to be honest with you, until one day I was playing with my YouTube and I saw one young man. I said, who is this guy? He was talking and talking, and he was talking my language. I said, who is this guy? And I began to, study who Showore is. I discovered that Showore has been doing these things for almost when I was even in secondary school. I said, even in secondary school, when I didn't know nothing, when I was going from one corner, maybe looking for women here and there, smoking, drinking, and a young boy within my age category was able to mobilize guys against the military, against bad governance, and this guy has not changed. And today you see Nigerians who they still talk and see they don't know what they want. In fact, honestly, I feel so ashamed. I feel so ashamed. But one thing I do know is that Showore has shown, he has proved himself to the world. He cannot merge with people who have destroyed the country. He cannot do that. Stop saying that Showore should go and merge with P2B. P2B after election, he will go back to PDP or APC. Can you expect to go and merge with them? What do you want, people? What do you want? Are we blind? I don't understand what is going on with us. Are we blind, people? Honestly, sometimes I want to cry. I want to shed tears when I see people talk this way. It's like we are happy to see Nigeria die. We are happy to see Nigeria in a bad state. It's like we are happy. Just because a young man from nowhere, a young man because the father is not a rich man, not a billionaire, is coming to say no, Nigeria must be savaged, and we are here, saying no. Who is he? Who is he? Who is he? Who is he? Honestly, it's a shame. It's a shame. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor Charles. Hold on, cool. Hold on. Let me hear from Sydney. Sydney, welcome to the show.
Thanks, Dr. Damage. Can you hear me?
Yes, speak up a little bit. We don't have, your line is low, your volume.
Okay, can you hear me now?
It's still low, but we can hear you. Go ahead if you can do better than that.
Sorry.
Okay, good.
I just want to say that, Showore he's been an activist, and I think he's a very bold person in terms of his ideas. However, I think that this season, with the political landscape, it will be very difficult for him to make real inroads. With the way Nigeria is patterned. And I just wanted to correct a few things Forefather was saying in terms of security. Like last time, I told him about Obi, and it was very clear Obi had a plan, and he has been speaking about it. Using mercenaries is not an issue globally. Every country, even the US, uses mercenaries, especially when you may not want your military to get involved, or you may want a different approach to
Not at
military
home.
strategy. Excuse me. I think, Father, one thing you need to know is that everybody's views here must be respected. I think generally you cut in people when they are speaking.
Because I want to save people time, not at home.
Wait,
so correct it.
Just allow me, because you need to learn how to talk in a public space. When people are talking, allow them to learn. Then you can butt in. If you keep doing like this, it means that you are not allowing any other person to express their viewpoint. You will not like somebody to cut you in. We need to learn in this nation how to listen to each other. I'm not Sowore's biggest fan, but it's important to listen to his own ideas and to say, okay, these are where I think I agree, or these are where I think it's a disadvantage. Everybody has his own challenges. Sowore is not the biggest idea person. He's making, for me, for some political mistakes, because if he becomes president, he will be an activist president. Is it what we need now? That's what we need to ask as a people. So when you are looking at the Nigerian people making decisions, and some of us are saying Nigerians are not smart and all that, I think Nigerians are smart enough to say, what kind of president do we need now? A Sowore is good, but if you ask me, have I seen a Sowore in a governmental position that can make critical decisions, and how will he function in that? Because he will be more of an activist president. And there are some times you also need to have due dealings in presidency, whether you're on the extreme left, or you're on the right, or you're a centrist. So sometimes we need to look at that. So I was looking at the issue of the security and all that, and I've never seen him say he's going straight for mercenaries. And if you have seen it, then you have to prove it. Today he's going to be here, and we can ask him that question, and then this will be laid to bear. And that's what I wanted you to get, that there are many people that are looking at things politically and listening to people. And if somebody says he's going to introduce mercenaries, if need be, I don't think it's an outlandish idea. But moving forward with regards to his positioning in this political space as of today, I think he's bold. I think he's courageous in certain things. However, because of his positioning on the side of politics in which he is, which is good, which is fine, it is fair, I don't think it's enough for him to get political power in Nigeria. For you to get political power in Nigeria, you need to have come into what is called a political consensus. And I tell you, deep down within Sowore, he will wish he is in the role that Peter Obi is in. But the truth is that many Nigerians may not be comfortable with an activist president. And that is the reality we have to face. Not many people are comfortable with that globally, internationally. So people are always careful about an activist president, or even a president that has real deep nationalist views, not allowing other people into that space. So I think this is my own view with respect to Sowore. I think he's smart, he's bold, and but I think there's a lot of shortcomings with his political project.
All right, thank you, Sydney. Cool.
Yes, I didn't know they were discussing about Sowore. For me, I feel so sad whenever people come out and castigate Sowore. Like Charles asked, that you don't know what Nigerians actually want. Sometimes, and most times I ask that same question too. It's like we are all like we are all groping in the dark. We don't know what we really want. You know, governance or leadership, it's not even more of having 100 years experience of being in that political arena that produces you, makes you a good governor, that makes you have that ability to be a good leader. No, a good leader, one of the essential ingredients is having compassion for the people and the willingness to execute righteousness and judgment upon the land. This is all you need. Because leadership, political leadership is not like being a leader in a corporate organization where you are just the only one and every instruction comes out from you. You go there and you have the political leadership, you have the ability to assemble quality people around you who will advise you in things you don't know about. You're not expected to know everything. Okay? So somebody like Sowore, number one, he has the willingness. Number two, he's not corrupt like the Nigerian regular politicians. He might be has his fault, but fine. But talking averagely, it's not like any of the Nigerian politicians. Okay? Number three, he has always stood against what is wrong in a society that we see today that have decayed. And somebody like that, with that passion and compassion, he has to change things. Because he's somebody that has Sowore is someone comes across to me, somebody that has prestige, that's self-confidence, self-prestige, a situation where you don't want somebody elsewhere to come and do for you something that you could be able to do for yourself. But we see that many African leaders today, they don't have that self-prestige. That's why they run around everywhere in the world, borrowing money, asking people to come and do this and that for them, whereas they can do it. Sowore is somebody that has the mind to move Nigeria from the present position to be able to compete in the international fair, and people will respect Nigeria. He means well for Nigeria, even if right now with the political arena, he's not going to be able to get there. And I, for one, I would even encourage him to make it faster for him to become a president of that country one day, to join Peter Obi's team. And if he joins there and is able to take the position, which I believe more than 99% of obedience will be so happy if he takes the position of EFCC boss. And if he goes there and operates very well, trust me, after Obi is done, Obi and that is done for 8 years, Sowore will gracefully glide into the presidency of Nigeria if he does that position well, which I know he's going to do it very well, to the admiration of many millions of Nigeria that have been yearning for justice and equity, that have been yearning for the system to avenge these evil murderers for the blood of people they have spilled every day. They spill every day to avenge and to recover all our money they have stolen and used in resettling their families all over choice places in the world, and leave Nigerians to be suffering in a country that God has blessed with so much, and yet people living in abject poverty. So this is what I have to say. They should stop castigating him. I know he's making a lot of mistakes. He's confronting the powers that be, and they don't like it. And he will be the last person the powers that be will want to smell Aso Rock. But he can get there if he makes the right decision. And the right decision, I believe, in my own opinion, is to join the team of Peter Obi, Obidati, so that he can have that portfolio that I and many other people will want him to occupy, and that is EFCC boss.
All right, thank you so much. Let's listen to I think John Abba raised his hand first, and then we go to Forefathers, and then I saw you. Go ahead.
All right. The fact that there is no pathway for Sowore to become the president in this section doesn't mean the supporters and those that believe in him to change their mind. The notion that he should compromise himself or he should lower himself. How did the human being lower himself than leaving his wife and his children to go to a place, not even be a free on the street, rather being detained. What sacrifice is better, is more than that? And what experience you want him to learn from becoming a local government chairman or becoming a governor of any of the state? I think we are all saying things because at least everybody's entitled to his or her own opinion. But you should not think that simply because it's not doing well in the poll, then it will be abandoned. That, okay, you are not going to be anything, you are not getting our support again. That is not consistency. That's not the measure of a man. This is not a judge become a coup or Jude become coup. That's not how it's supposed to be. All right.
All right. Thank you, John Albert. What I want to ask people who are here, if you've spoken before, if you can give room, when Sowore comes in, everybody will get a chance to ask him questions. That's why I allowed him to.
Okay, let me go then, Rudy.
I said he should eat and get ready. Go ahead, Ismail. Go ahead. Let me hear from you.
Okay, I bet to disagree with some points made by Mr. Cool. Pardon me. Courage alone is not enough for Sowore to become the president of Nigeria. For example, say you want to partake in a 100 meters race with people who have been training. Obviously, you have a dream, a vision. You have the belief in your mindset that you can make the race or possibly win it. But actually, you need to. It's like a baby. You need to start crawling first, and then walk, and then train. Putting in those time to train physically is part of what Sowore is lacking. So I don't believe someone can just jump from 1 to 20. Is a step in politics. I believe he may sound perfect. He may be saying the right things, but has he taken the right step for him to get where he wants to be? He needs to do it the way that he would actually get to where he's going to. I don't believe in miracles in politics, because he's going to be serving humans and I'm one of them. I don't want someone to be in position to come and use me as a sample of the people he's going to be serving. I want to see what he can do from the little he's given, then we shall determine how he can manage the bigger ones. It's like you don't have experience in running a company and then someone invests millions in your company. You're going to be a loss. That's my contribution, my voice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Cool.
See,
cool.
Yeah, well, it was my turn. I think I don't know because I wasn't in the Nigeria 2000s, but when I was in Nigeria during the 1993 to 2000, I never saw Sowore on the landscape. Well, all I know is that Obasanjo went to prison, Yar'Adua was in prison, they died in prison, and a lot of people that fought for the DC during that period on the ground, many of them ended up either in politics, and the ones that inherited everything, like Tinubu and all the rest, that one was in London. And my view of Sowore when I saw him first, because I've been hearing about him a lot in Nigeria, when I saw his interview first, I was like, oh my God, this guy comes across as if he's a little bit traumatized from all the imprisonments, and he doesn't sound very coherent, because they were comparing something about Mandela, and he just got a little bit crossed up in something that wasn't needed at all. Then during this campaign, he started talking about foreign troops. See, the way I look at things is that maybe you guys should do that too. You have to look at from our history 400 years ago, what has happened to us. What led us here in the first place? And any leader that comes and tells you they're going to do things to reinforce that, run the other direction. Because we are bringing other people, trusting other people for our own security. Anybody that outsources their security or survival to other people, they have forfeited their right to survive as a people. It's just as simple. Nobody does that. All these people that use mercenaries, they use mercenaries overseas, not in their territories. There is a reason why if a lion kills a human being, they seek that lion out to destroy it. You can't allow people to be feeding on your people's blood. And when they come inside the country, do you know how many security breaches that they could break? They could recruit people into secret services and have spies all over the country to undermine your country. We don't take our security seriously. Something is seriously wrong with us. Our leaders go overseas for treatment. Our leaders go, INEC goes to foreign country to go and present this. What is wrong with us? Are we still colonies? If we are colonies, let's just settle it. Our men go home and let Igbo people come and take over. If that's what you want. But if you want a free country, you better start thinking like that. Because if somebody says they are going to bring foreign soldiers to come and defend you, you should be rejecting it offhand. Thank you.
Thank you, forefathers. Cool, I cannot. Now, I can't come back to you that quickly. There are people who have not said anything. I know you want to say
just 30 minutes.
30 what?
30 minutes.
30 seconds.
30 seconds.
30 seconds.
Okay. My sister, Mrs. Smith, I still, you see, experience. One will ask ourselves a question. We have led by the so-called people that have experience, beginning from Obasanjo, beginning from Bad Luck Jonathan, beginning from even Later also was the vice president, and then now Buhari. These so-called people that have experience in your own terms, where has he led Nigeria to? Where has he led us to? You see, President Obama was a president. He only came into the political scene of America by being a senator in his state, right? Before he now became a president. He never had experience. He was more or less an activist, an organizer. But he has gone down in history as one of the best.
All right, cool. We are over the time.
Okay, so doctor, I think it's my turn. That's all. Okay, so doctor.
Well, they are okay. Go ahead.
Doctor, let me use one.
Hold on, Paul. After this, I have to remove some people since people don't want to leave, so that new people can come in and say something.
Okay. Maybe when I talk finish, I will leave for one man to come.
Yeah, there are more than one man. There are two men.
Okay. So, doctor, let me say this thing. Sometimes when forefather talks and everything, we don't like to tell ourselves truth. If Nigeria can cry during Jonathan's government that the US government refused to sell them weapons, and Buhari government come, it take them some time, then the US government started selling them weapons. Then to some extent, you don't have the freedom that you are claiming you have. With one button, that aircraft can be in Nigeria. They can collapse that aircraft. So when you are talking about all these covert operations, you are talking about, it's going to bring covert operation, it's going to bring this, it's going to bring that. My brother, you don't have that sovereignty that you are claiming until you fight for it. Saudi Arabia today is punishing America. Guess what? They still have the US military base in Saudi Arabia. The US still protects Saudi Arabia, but you must learn how to cut good deals. You understand? When you are talking about security, great countries like Germany, UK, American base is there, the CIA is there. You understand? They still gather intelligence from those countries. It doesn't matter, but you must learn how to cut good deals. There's something Obasanjo did many years ago that I love so much. I'm on par with the former US Secretary of State, John Kerry. They asked Obasanjo, they say, Mr. President, how come in your country, you people are practicing this gating and they are putting people in jail and everything? Obasanjo Ted Kerry said, if not for one thing, I would have not listened to you. If it is only Amanpo, I would have insulted her. But because of you, I will listen to you. There are 6 million Nigerians in America. Every day they come to him, they don't come for anything. They only come that they are looking for 2-3 wives. But the US refused because it's bigamy to marry 2 wives in US. If you give my Nigeria 2 wives, I'm going to give you gay in America. That's how you cut deals. You understand? You see, it's completely abnormal in America to marry 2 wives. That is the same way. It's completely abnormal in Nigeria to practice gay. So you must learn how to cut this. You must learn how to meet people halfway. You understand? So when you talk this thing, we don't have all it takes to be that military that you are claiming. We still buy guns outside. We don't have aircraft. We don't build aircraft. We don't build all these things. We don't have any. Even our uniform today, they even import our uniforms outside. My brother, and you are saying we don't want any people who want to fight our own. Now you just wrestling, you won't go fight.
Okay, now you know what you are saying now. You are sounding like your very leaders that you like to hate. You see the problem. No, hold on. You see the problem. He's sounding like the very leaders that have sold their people out repeatedly. He is saying strike deals. Do you think they will give you any deal for your people? They will give you deals for themselves. You have to take the
Germany
deal.
cut good deals. There's a US military base in Germany. They cut good deals. South Korea cut deals. There are those there. There are CIA. They gather intelligence there. But they know that they will not go past where they don't need to go. They know all these things. That's what I'm telling you. They cut good deals.
That's what your current leaders are doing. They've sold us cheap. That's what your current leaders are doing. And are you surprised that when
Dr. can I speak and leave?
They go and betray us too? They will get into office and they will sell us out again. Because they never believe that a black man is free. You would never believe that. And if you don't believe that, then that's what you are going to go and do when you get into office. You are already saying it. This is how we think. This is wrong.
Thank you. Thank you. Man of Prestige.
Can I just speak a minute and leave? Give space for other people.
Man of Prestige, yeah, go ahead. Speak.
Yeah, thank you very much. I don't know. Some people tend to monopolize the whole space. I mean, you're not the only person here, so everybody has to have an equal opportunity to speak. But anyway, let me make my final statement. I'm going to make, I think, in reference to what I was saying before. I mean, we're all here. I think Sowore is the topic today. We're all here to critique him and advise him, but I think we are going to a different space. It should have been all about Sowore, good advice, bad advice. But he's a right guy. So having said that, let me repeat what I said before. My advice to Sowore, I'm just giving, I hope he can contest in, maybe in a local position that will lead him to maybe a more desirable candidate in the Nigerian space, because Nigeria is not like USA. If you don't have any kind of experience or whatever, you can just come in and become something. It's not in the Nigerian space. You have to start from somewhere, because in my opinion, Sowore, this is not an insult to him or whatever, Sowore is an arrogant, sometimes narcissistic, you can't deny that. But that's an ingredient to be a leader. So, but he needs to learn how to work with people. I know he worked with Sahara Report, but that's a mini place. He can't compare what he's doing there to a Nigerian space. So he needs to gather more experience, politically. That's what I think. But it's just my opinion. So that's my advice and critique. Thank you, Dr. Tamari. Hopefully I come back later.
All right, thank you, man of Prestige. Let's welcome Kene. Kene, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Damages. Good day, everyone.
So, are you excited? Today?
Well, I'm always excited until I begin to talk about those criminals in Nigeria. But this is it. We're talking about Sowore, right? I wouldn't want to condemn, disqualify Sowore's political ambition. He's doing what he's supposed to do. Actually, I, as a person, I love anyone that can confront criminals and tell them to their face that they are criminals. So I think Sowore has that energy. He has that guts to, stand and speak before those corrupt leaders and address them the way they should be addressed. I wouldn't want to say that he's arrogant doing that. Sowore has those features of an activist. He's a good activist. I always say that he's a good activist, and only if he can listen to some true advice for him to go back to his activism and begin to do that the way he has been doing that. He's good at that. Someone I had, what do they call it? Dr. John Abba saying that Sowore sacrificed the comfort of his family to come to Nigeria. He went to court and all that. He went to jail and all that. That's a good thing to do. After all, some that believe in money ritual, they do sacrifice even their children in order to make money. Some of us will sacrifice the comfort of our organic foods in Nigeria to come to the US, UK, in search of greener pasture. So he's doing what he's supposed to do. I don't think it's something that should be, commended for. Talking about Mr. Cool, I think he has gone. Commending Sowore for being a good person and all that. I don't know when Sowore turned to be a good person, because after 2019 presidential contest, his own party accused him of corruption. So his own party, his own very party, allegedly accuse him of embezzlement of the party's funds. So I don't know if that is true, but I don't think they are with him right now. I think they've covered their own political party. Now, I would advise Sowore, right? To be candid, I would advise him to go back to his state and begin to build political. I don't know how to put it, but I don't think Sowore has any antecedent that we should look back to and say, "Oh, I think this guy should be good. Should be voted for." It has nothing. This guy just came out from the blue, and he wants to be a president. Some of us here, we have companies, we have businesses. Before you employ someone, you have to, that person has to go through interview, right? Some of us will look out for experiences. What experience has Sowore that qualifies him to be a president? Nothing. That he's a journalist, really, or that he's an activist. Some of us we were activists back then in school. He stood behind Abiola and took picture, or maybe he didn't even know that the cameraman captured him. They captured him, and maybe by providence he bumped into that video, and he's using it to campaign. That he stood behind Abiola, and that makes you a qualified candidate to become a president of over 2 million population, right? So I would advise him. No, hold on. I would advise him to go back to his state, and maybe just like a man of prestige advice, he should at least campaign for maybe local government chairman or even governorship position. From there, build his political career. Let's see how he can manage that little position before coming for the bigger one. Right, now, someone was advising him to join Obi. Sowore shouldn't join Obi. Somebody like him shouldn't join Obi. He should be on his lane. Go back and do the right thing. Do the right thing. Don't join Obi. After all, you already have a corruption allegation. You shouldn't join such. I don't want to say a clean party, but he should go and build his own.
All right, thank you.
That's my advice for him. Thank you.
Sowore is coming here, so there's no need to try to defend him, and because some of the things we are saying, like the case with his party, it's been settled in court, and there are so many things. But I know he will answer you or anybody who will bring up any of these issues when he comes. Osi, welcome to the show.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. So we're expecting Sowore at the top of the hour. That's another 28 minutes. So we just want to know what you think about his candidacy while we wait, and whether he's making impact and things like that.
Yeah, so Sowore is a guy, I think I have a good deal of admiration for him. People talk about the man in the arena. Sowore has been in the arena. Okay, if you have followed his career, starting from his day at Unilag as a student leader, and since then he's a pro-democracy activist all the while. I think one thing we should all try to do, and I will encourage every one of us to do, is to try to understand and try to appreciate what somebody else is doing outside of the ones we're doing. Because for one, I believe that every one of us in this forum, in one way or the other, we have a love for whether it's Nigeria, whether it's Biafra, wherever we're coming from. And one of the problems that I've always noticed is that when you are in one place doing your own, you fail to acknowledge that somebody else might be doing something different, not exactly the way you're doing it, but, with an eye to the ball, trying to achieve, the same thing in the collective. So we should always try to appreciate each other's work in one way or the other. Now, that said, Sowore belongs to the group that I would like to call the society's Gadfly. They are there to prick the conscience. They are there to be, kind of nuisance for those who are in the leadership position, the political leaders. And without people like him, people, there's a tendency that politicians always want to get away with murder and all those things. So the fact that he is there making all the noise and trying to bring all those things to their attention is something that is desirable in every progressive society, whether you call it in the Western world or in Africa or wherever. We might not begin to appreciate the extent of what people like him do. Now, when it comes to him in, trying to contest the presidential election, just like, I made mention of the other presidential candidate that featured a week or 2 weeks ago. Now, there's a huge difference between the word activism and then transitioning to active politics, coming to the area of governance. These people sometimes, I think they fail to really appreciate, or maybe for one of the better word, because Sowore has contested once. Okay, I know when he started with his revolution now and all those things. And so the question I probably would have for him is, what is the difference from what he did then and what he's doing now? And does he feel like he has made progress to the extent that, he can actually begin to pull real weight, significant enough that he will make a dent in his race for Abuja? So just like the other guy, I think at some point, there has to be some coalition, with like-minded people. And when they do that, they have to understand that everybody is not going to be perfect, just like they are not perfect. Sowore is not perfect, and I'm sure he understands that. So if you are just going to be in your own lane and say that everybody else is corrupt and it's only you, I don't see you making any headway. That's not the way you can build a coalition that will be strong enough to make any dent or win any election. So I'm looking forward to a time that people like him will start, coalescing with some other people like the guy that came in and form a critical mass of people that, will be able to sprint to the finish line to the extent that they can now, begin to be taken seriously and not just being a serial contestant years after years. What did they talk about? Doing the same thing, all over again? Isn't that what they call insanity? I don't believe he's insane, but this is what I will advise him to do when he comes on board. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, this is a picture that Sowore tweeted out from the Peace Accord meeting. And I can tell you that if someone like Sowore was not there, probably this picture will never be seen anywhere.
Nigerians deserve bad leaders. Given what I'm hearing today, they deserve what they are getting. They are just as bad as their leaders. This guy is going to go into office and he's not even going to bother fighting corruption, and he's probably going to close the FCC office, but they are going to accept him anyway. We are getting exactly what we deserve, really. If you hear the way we talk, no other people talk like this.
All right, forefathers, hold on now. Let's hear other people. Eddie, who is next? Eddie, welcome to the show.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening, Dr. Damages.
Yeah.
I've been following the trend, and firstly, I agree with some statements that have been said earlier, and I disagree as well. Nigerian, we should understand the security situation in Nigeria is very, very complex. So if Sowore is looking at one of the tools to face the security challenges as employing foreign mercenaries, in as much as it will be detrimental, but I don't see him bringing the entire how will I say, the entire security architecture as mercenaries. There will still be collision between Nigerian military, if there is anything. Even if you look at the Nigerian military currently, there is what they call it, they've been infiltrated by Boko Haram bandits. So even from the security report coming from Nigeria, they said the people, the Fulani headsmen or something coming from, they're from Niger, they're from Senegal, they're from all over the place. So already we have foreign elements in Nigeria. So hence the situation there is very complex. So if someone is looking at it from what they call it, from another angle, I think we should hear him and we should hear in details his plans, because he's not going to be he's not going to just wipe out the entire Nigerian security structure to bring foreigners. I don't think someone like Sowore would do that. Anyway, I don't support Sowore, but for a young man vying for the presidency of Nigeria, I think he needs encouraging. And besides, he didn't start today. I don't know Sowore since I've been following Dr. Damages for about 10 years. That's how I knew about that there was a Sowore. But then I went to research about him, and then I saw that he's been an activist and all that. So he didn't just turn up yesterday to become this thing. He has a track record of which we should not criticize him, saying he hasn't got experience. What experience has the president of Ukraine? What experience has he got? Has he got any leadership experience? Was he not an actor? He was an actor or a comedian or something, and he's a president leading the country, fighting Russia currently. The Nigerian leaders, when they took over, those of them that became a military administrator, what experience have they got to lead Nigeria before they plotted the coup, led Nigeria for donkey years?
Okay, Eddie, thank you. I just want to get to as many people as possible before he comes on. We have about 20 minutes left. Igbo Basic.
Let's not judge
let me help you.
No, please, we can't. Igbo Basic, go ahead.
Yeah, folks, good afternoon once again. Dr. Damages, thank you for giving us the opportunity to be able to share our views here. I've listened both in transit and up to now, the conversation on Sowore. Let me put it this way. First, I would say kudos to Sowore for being on the ground and fighting in a pool of snakes. Okay? That's number one. Number two, activism is in a lot of us. And I pray to God that those of you who are still young enough should utilize the opportunity of your age and get in there and see what you can do. But don't forget, there is a fundamental character in each and every one of us. Let me put it this way. If activism is all it takes to be a president in Nigeria, our great fella Ransom Kuti would have been the president of Nigeria. But there is more to the Nigerian space, particularly the Nigerian political space. Those who are in there now, let me put it this way. A good friend of mine, we grew up together. He is contesting for the presidency under Abga. When I spoke with him, I made it clear, you are not going to be the president of Nigeria, but you are entitled to air your views, to fight in, because you are in the game. Everybody who is in the game at this point in time believe that they can win the presidency of Nigeria. But indeed, there are actually 4 persons who has been acknowledged to be up there as front runners. A lot of us here, if you are given the same opportunity to get out there, sometime when you get there, the system changes you. I have known many people who left from here, for instance, from the United States, went down to Nigeria. Either of 2 things happen. You try to come and change them. They don't really want to be changed. They'll end up changing you. I know a professor from New York who went down there. He served 1 term in the House of Representatives. Of course, the rest is history. I know another person who was up in New York. When I visited him in his office in Nigeria, what he said to his boys was, "Where is the loot? Bring me the loot." I felt so ashamed that we are trying to come and make a change. In a nutshell, let it be a stepping stone. You have to be in the game. For Sowore, I would advise that not a single tree can make a forest, no matter how strong you are, no matter how much money you come with. You have to understand the game of Nigeria. And if he understands the game of Nigeria and is able to build alliances, alliance is what it takes to get there and be president of Nigeria. When Buhari give me just 1 second. When Buhari first time was running in Nigeria, the person that was actually making a difference there was a man named Didiawo. So in a nutshell, let us advise our young brother, hang in there with the fight, but be ready to build alliances with whoever that you see that is getting ready to make a difference. So let's go make a change in that country called Nigeria.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much, Igbo Basic. We're getting to another 15 minutes before he joins us. So please, if I call you, make it very quick so that we can get to the rest of the people. Bolade, you're next. Unmute yourself, please.
Yeah, I'm very glad to be online today. Thank you, Dr. Damages. Sowore will bring a lot of transparency to play. We need somebody to start with that. However, Sowore may not be able to win because of the complexity of the Nigerian politics. But however, politics, the kind of virtue he will bring to the table, he will expose a lot of things. And little did we know that we get a lot of budget for Aso Rock Clinic and all that. So if that kind of a person comes into politics, for him to win, we know Nigerian politics is not a zero-sum game. So, and the kind of personality of this man commands that he wants to divide it and conquer it. However, when you are dividing what is not binary, you end up, the last part of it is binary, which you will still divide and conquer. And we know that when it's two, then it's a zero-sum game. So because it's a zero-sum game, his approach is maintaining his lane. He has helped Peter Obi before when they tried to impeach him by helping him. So I believe his ideas is good for this, our democracies, for us to have this kind of people. Say, for instance, if a Peter Obi wins now, then he stands more chance. But as it is, if you look at it logically, the odds are in favor of Obi compared to a Sowore. But however, this thing that Sowore is doing, he should keep doing it so that he will stand as a president and people will learn. People copy things. That's what I want to say. Sowore may not win now, but what he's doing, and for people that have been talking about him being EFCC chairman, well, logically, I don't think that can happen because Sowore is fighting for the masses solely. He's fighting for the masses solely. So he's not diplomatic. That's how I will put it. And because he's not diplomatic, a lot of people feel he's not right for it. Yes, the society is very complex.
Okay.
So let him continue. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Sorry, I have to stop you. Just everybody else is 1 minute so that we can and when he comes in, I will have to let everybody leave. You can stay in the studio, but I will talk to him maybe 30 minutes. I want you guys to talk to him really, but I want to at least talk to him for 30 minutes or 20. IQNS, 1 minute.
Good afternoon, everybody. I want to stand on what Osi said. Listen, we have to be factual. We have to be realistic. Every time people give an example of countries outside Africa, Nigeria is a very complex society. You are comparing Nigeria with Ukraine. I mean, the level of political understanding and awareness in Ukraine is not to be compared with Nigerians that have been poisoned with poverty, with evil thoughts in our mind. So Sowore is arrogant. He cannot be Nigerian president. He is not even going to be in the next 20 years. It's a just simple fact. And he's not ready, he has not prepared himself to work with anybody. He's always claiming to be perfect. Nobody is perfect. That is not perfection in any human being. We have our flaws. He's doing something he's supposed to do. But if you look at people like Governor Wike, he started as a local government chairman. And this is where he is right there. This is Nigerian politics. This is Nigerian political space. Don't compare Nigerian political space where you live in America, where you live in any other part of the developed world. People who understand what politics is all about. We are Nigerians. Don't you know that we all of us here are Nigerians? You don't stop claiming as if you are not a Nigerian. Sowore will never win any election in Nigeria. That is just the final point. So he should change. If you want to change Nigeria, he should be able to condescend to the point that he should understand Nigerian political space is not what the kind of politics he's playing. You understand? So I don't think it's not a sign of not being respectful. A lot of people are activists in their own way. All of us are activists in our own way. Okay, so, but the point remains that he should condescend if he want to be a political figure in Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's go to Thomas. Thomas, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Rudolph. Happy Sunday to everybody. Sowore is doing well in his own way, but Sowore politics cannot take him to even local government chairman in Nigeria. But he's doing well. He's doing well for himself. He has motivated many, change their brain, reset their brain that you can go out there and make something. And even Sowore is the John the Baptist for the obedience movement. I can say that for fact. But one question I would like people not to ask him today, because I could remember the same question was asked. They asked Kwankwaso the same stupid question. You know what Kwankwaso answered, and some people nearly cried on the internet. So don't ask him some stupid question that you should go and judge it out. Don't just ask that stupid. It's a stupid question. Don't do that.
Thomas, let me say this. On this show, anybody that comes here should be able to answer any question. It doesn't matter who the person is. I believe that we, the people, if you want to govern us, you should be able to answer any question. I don't think any question is stupid. You just have to be, you have to think about being respectful. And I say that quote unquote, but you should be able to ask any question to anybody. This is if people feel that they want to run for office.
But Rudolph, sorry, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
You remember the response of Kwankwaso when he asked that question?
How it's okay. I'm not saying I can control any guests, how they will respond to the question. But as far as people who join me here, they have the right to ask any question. When I interview anybody, nobody tells me, don't ask me this question. If you don't want to take any question, you shouldn't come here. And I don't think Sowore has experience in the media. I don't think Sowore has any problem answering any question. Okay, so I want that to be taken off the table. Anybody who joins, who wants to, you can ask any question, but make sure you don't abuse or insult it. There's no need for that. There's a way you can frame your question. You can, any question you want, you should be able to ask that question. Thank you, Thomas. Let me go to
that's fine. I'm looking forward to hear from you. Thank you, Rudolph.
All right, thank you. Ovie, go ahead.
Yeah. Two things for me. Somebody was actually quoting a book by Matthew Ashimolowo yesterday on this platform, What is Wrong with Being Black? I will narrow it down. What did they do as Nigerians? Right? On one hand, we already know get certificates. We don't need that. On one hand, good luck get PhD now for farming. On one hand, Kwankwaso PhD no count. All his experience no count. Obi is not too experienced. Sowore no experience. The question is, what do we want 50 years from now, our children will look back to this day, they will laugh at us, say we are a bunch of confused people, right? And I disagree with those that are saying that, oh, the Nigerian politics is not too developed like that compared to other. No. In the game of power, in terms of Nigeria, it's as old as the first human being on earth. For sure, Showore, who is the son of nobody coming from nowhere, to be able to incite the name among the great people that we are going to talk about as soon as far Nigerian exists in terms of humans, we will talk about these people, including Showore from nowhere. I mean, come on, deserve some respect. I'm one of his biggest critics in terms of how he played his politics. But at the same time, I understand that the field where in they fight, not be for anybody. If it did easy, all of us would do them. And say if it's easy in our setup. But in this game, I don't think anybody set it up for Showore. It's coming from nowhere. Nobody even know him Papa self. Me and you know. Nobody even bother to even recharge one day with this guy Papa. Because it's nobody. But today everybody is talking about it, but still, who will never even achieve anything? Who they fear to even follow our dream? Who they fear to follow our dream? Or they condemn?
All right. Okay, thank you. Let's run through because we need to take a small break before he comes in. Austin, you're next.
I think I love Showore very well. Yes, he may be very blunt, but I think I like him. The only thing I'll keep on begging on Showore is that, look, I don't know, the probability of him getting to Aso Rock is very slim, but I think he can always work for the country, whether if you are the president or not. We need many hands like him. And trust me, if you say I was the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, I will appoint Showore in some positions that we need to make the necessary change. And I think if you tell him work for the nation, even if he's not the president, I believe that a good leader should be a good follower. That's what I know. If I know I want to be the leader, I can also follow. It's by following that we know that you can lead, because you should be a very good team player. So that's the only thing. But Showore's characteristics, I think I love it so much. And I know that he's very blunt. Yes, we need to learn to negotiate, but I feel that he must not always wait to be the leader. He can always do something different, even work for the nation, even if you're not the president of the Federal Republic. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Let's go to Mo. Mo, welcome to the show.
Hello, Dr. Damages. Hello, everyone. Thanks for having me again. I think I've heard a lot of positive and negative things about Showore, so I wouldn't really go through that. What I really want to concentrate on is his chances of winning. And at the rate that he's going, I don't see him. I mean, for the fact that he's not even mentioned in the top 4, I think that should just signify that he's basically running a race that he's going to lose. And I think I would just like to draw a comparison with people who are sort of running on a radical political ambition. And I'd just like to bring the attention, bring us to the attention of someone like Julius Malema in South Africa. I mean, this is someone who has been over, I'll say a span of maybe 10 years or less, who has been able to, sort of draw support from the grassroots level, and is currently growing. We've seen what his activities are, what his activism is all about, and we can see that he's also he has also a foot in politics itself. In order to win, you have to be in the game. But when I look at Showore, he's not really in the game. He's playing more of an activist than being, if you allow me to say, a politician, as in the sense of being there, doing what it takes, to garner support, from the grassroots or from
all right, Mo,
all parts of the country. And I think doing that doesn't give him the chances of winning. And by that, I think it. Okay.
Well, thank you. We have 2 more minutes left. Let me just hear from Chidi, and then we'll take a break and he will join us. Chidi, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Dr. Damages. All in our politics, my brother. Thank you so. You don't make me now. All in our politics, they call you. But thank you so much. Dr. Damages, I came for Kene. Unfortunately, it's not. Kene, I need you to come to the screen. Yeah. Kene, you see, it's unfortunate how I honestly, I never knew you from this angle that I saw you yesterday.
Come and join me. I'm eating.
No, you see, there's time to laugh, and there's you know, Dr. Damages also does comedy, but I don't know what this thing where we find ourselves in Nigeria. I don't know what it means to you. Okay, so maybe that's why you take it so casual. We are in a state, if you're, look, I'm not, if you know, obviously you don't know me. For you to open your mouth and say Chidi is against Nnamdi Kanu, that thing, it rubbed me in a way, not me personally, but to hear you say it, I was wondering, where were you going to with that? What kind of mischief was that?
Because, are you revisiting yesterday's show, or you were talking about today's show?
Can you let me finish?
No.
Dr.
Are you
Damages,
revisiting yesterday's show, or you are talking about today's show?
Can I let him finish, okay? And we have like 1 minute left. I have to leave someone
Dr.
out.
Damages, you know, I conduct my show, and I heard a lot of, the letter told me some of the things that Kenneth was saying on your show. I wouldn't let that happen on your show, as much as you want to be free with people. But you see someone like Kenneth talking the way he was, just talking trash. You don't, if you don't know somebody, just shut up. Because if you knew me, then you wouldn't be sounding the way you were
Dr.
sounding.
Shidi, do you know me?
Let me have my time. Just block this guy now. Let me talk. When you have your time, you talk. That shows you don't even know.
Don't come here and be talking to me as if you're talking to a child. Do you know me?
You're bloody. You don't know anything.
Do you know me? You're a stupid guy. Do you know me? You're very stupid.
Who are you?
All right, guys.
See how you're talking now.
Do you know me?
People like you. Who are you? You see your mentality. Now you.
Hold on, Chidi.
Look at this animal. Do you know me?
No, can I? No, please, you guys, this is not good. I thought I wouldn't have to do this again today.
No, see, Rudolph, you have to take care of your show. Nobody will come to my show and you kept quiet, and he was going on and on and on and on. You know that what he was saying was wrong. You should put him in his place. You know, I've done shows with Nnamdi Kanu. I've been in this struggle. I'm not just doing shows. I've been in the struggle. I've been with IPOB. I've been on the ground. You come and say Chidi doesn't know that. So everything you're saying was based on the premise that is false. So why should you go on? Why should you go on?
All right.
So that's what I just wanted you to know. And you don't even know my antecedents with Ejiofor. Go to my channel. I've interviewed Professor Ejiofor. I know him. You just come and what I'm trying to tell you, Kenneth, is that we are on a serious matter. You can
Dr. Damages, can I respond to him?
You want to, you should
hold on.
You can't talk to me on the road.
You
can't talk to me on one-on-one.
You don't have the discipline to wait.
You can't talk to me one-on-one.
Wait and take it like a man. You see, you're not a man now. Wait. Maybe yesterday you were running your mouth about me because I wasn't there. Keep quiet and let me put you.
Chidi.
I hope I will have time to respond to you as well. I hope I'll be given the time to respond to you as well.
Come to my show. Come to my show. And
I have no time to waste on your stupid show.
Me.
All right, guys. We have to take a break, okay? We have to take a break. And
you actually came here to insult me. How dare you?
Question quickly, which is
you actually came here to insult me. How dare you?
Who gave me the guts? Care about young people this time around, but you forgot that in 1989 he wasn't young. Sorry, 1999. He wasn't young, but he accepted to be president. If he cared about young people, he would not have been gunning for third term by 2007 when his tenure officially ended. So just understand these tricks, and you will not fall for them so easily. So going I'm the presidential candidate of the African Action Congress, and I'm going to be the president of Nigeria come after February 2023. So you all better be careful. I want to say here, and it's very important to me, that I observed one of the most peaceful elections in Nigeria in 1993. And we allow that election to stand. We will not be signing a peace agreement today, because that you are Signing the peace agreement in Nigeria shows that elections have become war in Nigeria. This is the only country in the world where you sign a peace agreement during an election season, as if we are at war. But that is what our elders did to Nigeria. And I think next time we should sign a peace agreement with the elders who are instigating violence in this country, or have them sign peace agreements between themselves. Because peace is not breached by poor people. Poor people suffer the consequences of violence. When you look at elections, the people that suffer the most are those poor women and men. And when there's a breakdown law and order in Nigeria, every rich man, politically connected, gets enough police protection, and they're able to get on the jet and leave Nigeria at the slightest provocation. This is where we are. And I should also say that some of the people that instigators of violence during the election are not in this hall. They are the vassal representatives of some of the men and women in this hall. They are state governors in particular. You need to get them to sign the peace accord. There are some of them are the most violent and virulent people in Nigeria. They demonstrated it in Kogi State. A woman was burnt alive in her house. Until today, the killers of those women or that woman have not been fished out in Nigeria. In Kano, there is someone campaigning that if they don't win the election, they will kill everybody in Kano. In Borno State, it's the same thing. You go to Lagos, where the APC holds swear, you cannot paste a poster if it's not Bola Ahmed Asiwaju's poster in Lagos. I just came back from Lagos. They have a team that tears anybody's poster that is not their candidate's poster. You cannot even pay for your poster or banner to be hosted in Lagos. They have a bureaucracy in place that makes it impossible for you to do. How can there be peace in a country where there's no justice? We keep lying to ourselves all the time. I also want to say that for the rest of us, as you have treated us today, because we don't have resources and we don't have powerful connections, we don't have access to state resources. Most of the other candidates use and abuse state resources. They have governors who just dip their hands into their state treasury and use them to fund their candidate activities, and nobody's challenging them. Once in a while, when they want to tickle our fancy, the EFCC comes around to play at the playground of the political parties. Two political parties are particularly very notorious for this. They buy votes, both at their primaries and in the final election. And how do you compete with these people if elections are supposed to be about justice and bringing about great leadership and bringing about peace and development? How could great people win the election in a country where fixed? And before you say, well, government has no business in refineries. If government has no business in refixing its own refiners, what business does the government have in investing $2.5 billion in a private refinery built in Lagos by Dangote, and cannot fix his own refinery? Because if we fix our own refineries, we will have availability of this product. But the other part is that the only product that is subsidized, according to them today, is gasoline, petrol. Diesel is not subsidized. How come we are not getting
Rudolph, you are muted, but I guess.
All right, so a lot of people are in the studio. A lot of people are trying to join the studio. Please don't try to join. We're not taking anybody anymore. Please, you will have a chance to answer ask Sowore questions. I need to make room for Sowore to join in, please. So if I kick you out, it's not because I don't want you. Yeah, I know. I'm trying to make space for you. Please, you are not good. Let's just stay out. Everybody who can stay out, so Sowore can come in. You have the chance to ask him a question, please. All right, you can try again now. I've made room for you. All right. That's basic instruction. It's not working with our people. All right.
No, if you want me to go, just say.
No. You everybody. What I'm going to do, I'm removing everybody. I'll talk to Sowore for 20 minutes, like I said, and then you guys can come in. So everybody will get a chance. He has eaten. He has enough food in his in him to carry on for a long time. I don't know why OVA is being put on. I have no idea what's going on, but that's okay. They are voodoo. People use voodoo here. It's not an easy thing, People use voodoo on this.
That's what purpose they go stay for the game until you win.
Yeah. So let's Sowore should know that there is room for. Okay, Sowore is here now. So let's get him in, and then we will all be back and have a conversation with him. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please join me as we welcome the presidential candidate of the African Action Congress, Mr. Omoyele Sowore. Sowore, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much, Rudolph. Good evening, and I accept my apologies for coming a little late. We have just left the town hall in Makurdi.
What kind of town hall?
It's different from the one that you're used to.
All right. Thank you so much for making. I know you are very busy. We played your speech in Makurdi, and we have a lot of people who have been having conversations about your candidacy. So let me start by asking you, how is it going, the campaign?
It's going as well as we have been lucky. When I say lucky, is that people must understand the circumstances under which I'm running in 2023. It wasn't expected, considering that after the 2019 election, I faced huge legal challenges that restricted me to Abuja for 3 years. Got me detained for over some 5 months, and several other issues. I think while I was in Abuja, I was charged 3 times for criminal offenses, and there were several civil cases that was brought against me. The last one being a libel lawsuit filed against me by former governor of Ekiti State, Kayode Fayemi. That's last, I think that's a few weeks ago. So I was sued by the Attorney General for libel, defamation. I was sued by the IG of police, a lot of it, but I was also charged with a cyber crime by so-called billionaire Nedwoko. I was also charged for disruption of public peace in January of 2021. So it's been a lot of legal challenges. We were also in court to retrieve our party, and we eventually got the party 6 days to the closure of nominations for the presidential campaign and other positions that our party applied for. So you can understand what I mean by the circumstances surrounding my participation in the 2023 election. But overall, it's been great. When Macaulay today just done our town hall meeting, we changed formats this time around, considering that we don't want to be doing politics the way it's done in 1920 or 1923.
So what do you say you've learned that is different this time, apart from your circumstances in terms of the Nigerian people? You've been traveling across the country, you're meeting people. What are the differences now that you see now compared to the last time?
I think Nigeria has lost plenty of territory. That clearly is very vehemently evident in this election cycle. So there are places we could travel to in 2018, 2019 that you dare not go to. The democratic space has also shrunk considerably. And most people have lost faith in electoral politics. They no longer believe that votes would count. So there's lethargy. And there's also a lot of division. I think the APC government, the Buhari regime, really divided Nigeria to the point that politics has become very divisive and toxic, more toxic than I've ever seen it in my lifetime. And I've been around experiencing elections since 1979. That was the first time I observed as a young kid election in Ondo State when I was still in primary school. And I saw some, in fact, I was the presiding officer in a local government election in the 90s in Ondo State. I was there during June 12, 1993 election. I wasn't around in 1999, but I at least followed what was going on. I was around until 2018. No, 2015 was the first time I saw a major election in Nigeria and covered it for Sahara. You were in the studio, Sahara TV. I was in Lagos in those days. But I think the country is particularly divided along ethnic and religious lines. It's too obvious.
Okay, let me show you this. This is something I got from your friend today, Gado, from a cartoon he drew for the Kenyan newspaper today. So he wanted me to show you this. So this is what his impression of the options what Nigerians are facing. This is in the Kenyan newspaper today. What do you think about your opponents? Let's start with Bola Tinubu, the one leading the ruling party.
You know, I love this. I wish that the cartoon demonstrated that there were two people to my right and left. Then it would have been perfect to speak. You know,
what do you think about his? What do you think about his impression of the Nigerian voter?
This is clearly very highly representative of what is on the ground now. So you have to my right, you know, big man, former VP, you know, trying to stand straight. No, right to my right, yeah, is Kwakwanso. Yeah, Kwakwanso is out there pretending like he's interested, but you know, he's also trying to, you know, it's like a pretender, right? To my left is Atiku. Atiku is just in now, just standing there, you know, hoping that people think he's strong. But you can see it's like
hello.
It's falling apart, but it's going like a wax. You understand?
Can you hear me? Sowore, can you hear me? We're having difficulties hearing you. Can you hear me? You're muted. Hold on. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. Sowore, can you hear me? All right. That's one of the first things to fix when you become president. That is the internet. The fact that Africa's largest economy, how can you even have the best economy, largest economy when the internet cannot work in that country? I thought that's where you start fixing things, you know, to claim that you have the largest economy. But anyway, we will get him back. He will rejoin us and we'll continue the conversation. I will be quick because I know you guys out there watching probably have better questions for him than I do. And I've talked to him at the beginning of the campaign. So I really want it to be an interactive session where everybody will get a chance to talk to Sowore. So let's see, while we wait to get him back here, let's listen to more of what I think is some of his best answers to some questions that you may have.
That is fetishizing something. Are you aware that when all this is over, you will still come back to this Yoruba land?
No,
Why are you so harsh?
No, I wasn't harsh. I have known the former president for as long as I've been conscious politically, which was in 1989. And you remember that in 1993, we had, before 1993, we had a tiff with him in the pro-democracy movement when he was aspiring to become the Secretary General of the United Nations. And we opposed him very virulently, not violently, but, you know, and it was because of his records when he was head of state in 1970, his tenure then ended in 1979. And we knew what he did. It was based on that record that we opposed him not to become the Secretary General of the United Nations. And in 1993, you saw what he did. In 1979, by the way, he was one of the people who made it impossible for one of the best candidates at that time, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, to become the president of Nigeria through, at the point, I think they had that two-third mathematics that made it impossible for him. And he's always been part of those who made it impossible for Nigeria to attain democracy. As early as 1993, he was part of the people that conspired with the military to say Abiola, who won an election, wasn't the messiah that was wanted for Nigeria. When he became head of state again, the president of Nigeria in 1999, by the end of his tenure, he didn't want to leave. So it is best to say that he's an embodiment of failure, because if he wasn't a failure, he wouldn't have been looking to endorse people to be continuously trying to become politically relevant. The country would have been on autopilot by now. The country would be doing so well. He would have left the country for the young people. But these are the same people that told us in the 70s that we'll be leaders of tomorrow. This is 2023. Those who are supposed to be leaders of tomorrow are still being told who to vote for in an election. So I was just really issues of refineries that ought to be fixed. And before you say, well, government has no business in refineries. If government has no business in fixing its own refineries, what business does the government have in investing $2.5 billion in a private refinery built in Lagos by Dangote and cannot fix his own refinery? Because if we fix our own refineries, we will have availability of these products. But the other part is that the only product that is subsidized, according to them today, is gasoline, petrol. Diesel is not subsidized. How come we are not getting any effect from that unsubsidized product? Kerosene is not subsidized. The Jet A1 fuel is not subsidized. All those All those products from which they have removed subsidy, what benefit are you getting from it? Nothing. We are supposed to be saving plenty of money from diesel. But you can't, not only can you not find diesel as you want these days, but the price keeps fluctuating on a daily basis. So if you remove the so-called subsidy without any plan to support the poor in the country, that means petrol will go to 1,000 naira and you are paying slave wages of 30,000 naira per month. How do people survive in this country? That's the question we should be asking. Government should not exist to make life miserable for the citizens. It should exist to find solutions to problems that are afflicting the populace. And that's what we are saying, that's what we stand for. So that they will stop deceiving you every year. Where were the
person who might be candidate is going to be somebody chosen by God. Yes. I am not saying that I'm the person chosen by God. But if you look at the book of Samuel, Israelites at the time started bothering God and Samuel. We want a new king. Give us a new king. And it was the first time God was humble towards men. Say that's what you want, go and get it. And then Samuel warned them. First Samuel, book of First Samuel. He said, this king that you are going to get, he will turn your daughters into perfumes. Olosho. He will turn your sons into slaves. So they said they don't want here. I'm saying this to warn Christendom in Nigeria. That the king that you are choosing upon us may not be the one that God chose. And you should temper your arrogance. If you believe in God, let God choose his own king over his people. Don't go and meet in any Kaduna or Kano, because God does not have a location when he wants to take his own decisions. Yes.
I have the same position. So as president, I'm going to pause repayment of debts until I audit the debts. That's what I'll do first and foremost when I'm sworn in. I'm not repaying any debt until the audits are properly done. And because we need the money to fix the country. But Buhari has borrowed Nigeria back to the Stone Age. Everybody has agreed on that. But our problem is not debt to GDP ratio. Our problem is debt to revenue ratio. And the revenue will aggressively increase. When we get comfortable, we have I've discussed this several times, including on these shows, and I've identified several other revenue sources that either been hidden or are not being harnessed the way they should be. I've identified taxes that are owed to Nigerian states. That's up to about 4.5 billion. I said this on Arise TV by oil companies, and those are low-hanging fruits. We have identified about 11 trillion naira of revenue-generating government agencies that are not remitted to the federal government purse. We have identified monies that could come from the NLNG, the Nigeria Liquefied Natural Gas Company. That's over $5 billion that is not remitted directly to the federal. It's remitted through the NNPC, and the NNPC just quaff the money. So I've identified several other products that can get into the international market at this time, including products like sorghum. There are a lot of mineral resources that have been sold on that.
All right. Thank you so much, Sowore, for coming back. And I know technical problems in Nigeria. So you were, before we left, you were talking about the candidates that you are.
So there are clearly 5 candidates, of which the youngest of the 5. That is not to say there are no better other candidates who are young, some younger than myself. There's a guy from SDP who is, I think he's 52 years old now as well. He met me while I was waiting to become 52. He became 52. Prince Adewale. There's a 38-year-old guy who is the candidate, I think, of the YPP, if I get it correctly. So, but of all the 18 candidates, these 5, the 5 people, ones that are prominently projected from time to time. What the media does with my case is to reduce it to 4. Just their way of saying, no, we won't let you have the kind of visibility that you need. But the people we're up against understand this very well. So you look to my right, you see Kwakwanso. Kwakwanso is just like what is called forming in Nigeria, trying to it's working. It's like overworking himself, and his engine is obviously overheating. Atiku to my left, just there, is like a ball of wax. And the way they presented Peter Obi is who he is, in a state of lethargy. He doesn't present any new ideas. He doesn't want to ruffle any feathers. He's a candidate that understands very well that he's projected to be who he's not, but he enjoys it. So, and of course, Tinubu, as you can see, is falling apart, and that's real. We were just out of a meeting with him 3 days ago, and you've seen the pictures that I published personally on him. As soon as Tinubu walked into the hall, he fell asleep. And the only time he was awake was at the time I mentioned his name twice during my own speech. They kind of nudged him to wake up. He looked at my direction for maybe 30 seconds, and then he went back to sleep. And when the event was over, they woke him up and he left.
So you were the one that took this picture? Were you the one that took this picture?
Well, I don't know, but I didn't have time to take pictures in that place. But I obtained the pictures.
No, because I wanted to know if you were not there, would this picture have been out in public?
No, they would definitely not have been out. I obtained them from people who were afraid to publish them. That's where I started. I put on my Sahara reporters cap. When the pictures were, there was only one photographer inside, and I'm sure that we know. But I'm sure he's not the one who took these pictures. But there was a time they raised eyebrow when they saw a photographer with a long camera lenses walking around after they had kicked out all the media people. But let's just say that I obtained the pictures and I published them the same way we do with Sahara in those days. But I was the one who put them out.
Okay.
Yes.
So now your interaction with the other candidates there, and even with the former head of state, Abdul Salami. Yeah. What was it about? He said that you should let bygone be bygone so that we move forward. Is that the impression you get when you interact with these people?
Well, I think these people understand that they've jacked the country around a lot, and as usual, they have their solution to every problem. Where they can't throw money at the problem, they throw diplomacy. Where diplomacy doesn't work, they throw division. Where division doesn't work, they throw, hubris. I personally think that the idea of a peace committee set up by, people who are close to the government, called as former head of state and respected statesmen, is hubris. I mean, it's an oxymoron that in an election year, you're asking people to sign peace accord when we're not at war. I'm sure Nigeria is the only country where you sign a peace accord during an election. What are they going to sign when we're at war? But it's also their way of admitting that there is.
All right. We should expect this all night. It's part of the nation's problem, which is lack of basic infrastructure. If you're in Kenya or you're in South Africa or you're in Uganda, you won't have this problem talking to people from those parts of the world. But the giant of Africa, so-called giant of Africa, we can't get steady light, steady internet. We can't get the basic. So we will wait for him to join us again, and then we'll continue the conversation. Hopefully, we wouldn't be talking about this in the next 4 years. It's sad because if you think about it, it's not just about what the show we do and this kind of stuff. There are businesses that are interested in talking to people in Nigeria and having interaction this way, and they encounter the same problems that we get. trying to do basic connection that shouldn't be. All right, I know he's interested in hearing from you guys. I wouldn't waste much of my your time. When next he comes, I will get people in and we have a conversation with him. You guys better, you know better than I do. But I'll weigh in as much as possible. Right, I think he's back. Let's reconnect. Okay. Sorry, sure. Finish your thoughts.
So they just throw all kinds of solutions at problems. Most of their solutions are also problems thrown at problems, because one other strategy they use is money. They throw money a lot at problems. So sitting in that hall, this is my second time in that hall. The people who are sitting in that hall are the people who initiated and created the problems of Nigeria. All right? And they are the ones also offering solutions to it. And they're very confident and bold about it. It's some kind of impunity. That's the way I look at it. The last one we went to, you know, there are all these cabals sitting to our right, and then, you know, it's always a mix. You know, religious leaders, they use them to come and validate authenticity of some of this, their hubris, like I like to call it. So 3 events happened that day as far as I was involved. First was my protest against the sitting arrangement, because when we sat the last time at the International Conference Center in Abuja, they made the advice to Tinubu to sit in my seat, and I was fighting him, and then Mustafa came in and we had that altercation. And they promised at that meeting that it will not happen again, that we will sit alphabetically. This time around, as soon as the big guys came, they not only make them sit close to the front, they had the cameraman take the middle position and cut off the cameraman and the press. And they behaved as if we were just regular part of the audience. And I decided, after the SDP guy protested, I decided that I will make them know that it's unacceptable. So that was my first confrontation in the House. The second was when I gave my speech. It wasn't confrontation, but I gave a speech that they weren't particularly comfortable with or about. And the last one was when the chairman of the event said he discovered, because Mustafa spoke and said he's having issues, he's having a hard time relating with me. He said, you know, why don't both of you stand up and address and embrace each other? And Mustafa knew what I was going after, that I was not going to embrace him. He said, no, this he's not complaining. I said, no, you are not complaining, but I know you already said it here that you have issues with me. I said, my issues with you are not personal, they are political. And it includes you, Salami, who is sitting out there, who partook in the military rule that ruined Nigeria. Because my speech focused on June 12 as well. I said to them, had you allowed a peaceful culture of electioneering to happen, which was what June 12 represented, peaceful, fair, largely credible, we will not be signing peace accord. You guys are the ones who created the problem. Had Nigeria's democracy started in 1993 with the culture of peaceful election, option 8 to the MEA4, whatever it was that produced the election was, you know, like magic. But they truncated it. And then, you know, some 30 years later, you are now overseeing, you know, peace accord signing, call yourself the National Peace Committee. But those of you who are in the committee are the people who are the instigators of the violence that is going on in the country. Isn't it an irony that you are sitting here now?
All right. I saw some of your comments. Some people were saying that when Peter B did AY show that there were no interruptions, that I shouldn't blame Nigeria. I do a lot of thing with Nigerian people. Internet problem is real in Nigeria. It's not just this instance. Also, I think maybe I don't want to, there may be people watching from Benue State. Okay. I wanted to say that Sowore is in Benue State, so that probably may be maybe Abuja, it doesn't have this kind of problem. Let's see. But he's committed to talking to you guys. I think next time he comes on, I will bring people up. So this is what I think I will do. Just for the people coming in, if you want to join the conversation, turn on your camera. I will bring you on. Also, make it just one question. I know I say this all the time, and people will come and they will go on tangents. You know, some will ask 10 questions. But please, one question and go straight to the point. A lot of people will want to have an opportunity to be part of it. So next time he comes on, I'll start bringing people in. One question, everybody, so we give people a chance. Let's take a little break, and we'll be right back. Okay, I think he's here, so let me just go straight.
I mean,
all right,
internet connection issues. So
yeah,
you don't.
When you become president, that's the first thing to fix.
No, of course. In the last almost 20 years, my life is mainly been about the internet and on the internet. So I can't tolerate network issues. And not only is the network very terrible here, it's expensive too. It costs more in Nigeria to use internet than it costs anywhere else in the world. I think with $50, I used to get voice, unlimited data, unlimited text, and all that in the US. Here, there's no way somebody of your caliber can spend $50 in a week to maintain your internet. And you have to get like 4 different internet lines. So that depending on where you drive to, geolocation, there's some places where Glo works, then MTN doesn't work there. If MTN works somewhere, 9 Mobile doesn't work there. You know, we invest in, I'm carrying over 6 devices as we speak, and yet it's hopeless.
All right, we're going to bring people up. They're really itching to join. But before then, I want to ask you, these polls, when you look at the polls being published, what do you think of them?
There are no polls in Nigeria. It's just people manipulating public opinion. You know, it's a form of rigging. First, those people who are doing these polls, people like Peter Sider, Tedo, they're all involved in elections. You know, he's the one who negotiated some of the election activities for Peter Obi. Peter Tedo is known in every political circle as a Peter Obi. He's the person who is the DG of Peter Obi's campaign, you know, but not unofficially. The NY poll, that's Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, they are all Peter Obi's people, you know, and they are the ones who recruited their foreign partners. You know, we know how these things work, to claim that somebody is leading in Nigeria based on, in fact, there are allegations already that shows that some of the Twitter activities you are seeing are also bots that they themselves arranged and recruited. You know, one of them is on a board of Twitter. So she might have known people who know how to do some of these things. What they try to do in military parlance, or when the US, in those days when George Bush's father was around, is what they call shock and awe. You know, just shock everybody into submission and say, we are the top candidate. Well, those of us on the ground, we know that this is all, you know, manipulated. And it's nothing new. There's nothing, in my view, there's nothing criminal about it. But what is unacceptable about it, the moment you reveal it, oh, like, you hate us. You know, well, like, we are used to all this, you hate us, you know, style of doing politics. What I'm saying is that if Dr. Chidi, who is sitting here in front of you or me, conducts a poll that says that Sowore is the one leading in the Nigerian election, I will call him and say, stop it. Because likelihood of bias is 100%. You know, if I even as a credible candidate, I won't accept my friends who go and be organizing polls every week shows that I'm leading. And I'm leading. No, when I know that it's a very, very competitive election, or you see somewhere and say, oh, all the youths are with one candidate. I mean, in the history of Nigeria, or in the history of any election, there's no election in which every youth supports the candidate. There will be some that are at least family members of the other candidates now that will not be supporting your candidate. So all these polls you are seeing, they are all pre-arranged. They sit down somewhere. In fact, there was an audio that was revealed from one of the polls he conducted. Because polling is a very tricky thing in statistics. You can load questions in a poll to achieve a result that you have predetermined. That's what they taught us at Columbia University about statistics, And the quote about statistics, the one that is attributed to Disraeli, that it's just lies and then more lies. So that's not to say that polls can't be credible, but the ones that come out that you see in Nigeria that says Anna poll, that is the feeling of Peter Said at Edo. Is not a credible poll or any poll. They're also working together. The Anna poll and everyone, they're all working together. There's nobody in Nigeria that will tell you that Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala is not working for Peter Obi. They're all working for him. That's their candidate. And I'm sure probably that's the candidate of the World Bank, the IMF, as they arrange it, and the Western media. So we were in the media in the West too, and we saw how they operate. So any conversation around poll, I shake my head. It's not because I'm contesting; it's because I know what it's all about. Hubris.
All right. I will let what we're doing is because of data and the bandwidth, something they told me, I don't understand these things, but we're not going to let everybody in at the same time. So we let two people in, they ask a question.
It's high time you upgrade too. You need to upgrade your StreamYard. Yeah.
It's not from this end, it's from your end. We're worried.
No, that one is from your end.
Okay.
There's
all right.
something they call enterprise. There's something they call enterprise level.
Let's watch now.
Stop the cheap one. It's just like we both know what is happening to you. Poverty.
All right. So let's
that yours is not multidimensional.
Yeah, at least one. Yeah, exactly. Let's go with these 4 people. After 5 people. After that, we get another 5. Okay, forefathers, you're first. Question, please.
Yeah, thank you for coming in, Sowore. And clearly, a lot of Nigerians love your anti-corruption and being critical of the establishment. My only serious issue with you, that's main one anyway, is the fact that your security policy seems to be lacking, for one, because I prefer leaders that our nation has never been secure, and we've had a very, very low security posture till now. And when they ask you about your security policies, you talk about bringing mercenaries into the country. When we have over almost 100 million youths in the country that can be trained to protect their own homeland. In history, all the countries that use mercenaries, they don't use them within their territories, except they are in a serious war that they are losing. That's when they start deploying mercenaries. For the fact that you are supposed to be the emblem of the youth, fighting for the youth for decades now, and the first thing you do for security is to give foreigners jobs and pay them our money to come and kill our people. I find that astounding, because I see our people, women, parents crying at schools because their children have been kidnapped. I have seen young men want to take guns for military soldiers to chase bandits into the forest because they feel that they need to defend their country. And for you to say, every time they ask you about your security policy, you say that you want to bring foreigners into our country to come and kill our own people. This is the mistake our forefathers made, and it seems that you don't have an eye in history. So please explain to me why bringing foreigners into our country is a good thing.
All right.
Thank you very much, forefathers. And I have said this with caveat that if necessary, that's my caveat. Before I go forward, your Nigerian security, the army, the police, whomever is armed in Nigeria protecting your country, they are mercenaries. Quote me. They are mercenaries of different interest groups. And they are killing your people. They are killing my people. Mercenaries. On my way to Benue, where I am, we met a group of soldiers on the way. And they blocked the way. I mean, it's a two-way road. They blocked the way because they are passing. And they were beating up our driver because he was a lead driver. I came out of the car and said, you have no right to touch my driver. I introduced myself as a presidential candidate. The response of the soldier is that he'll kill me, he'll waste all of us, and nothing will happen. Only mercenaries talk like that. Are you getting my point? But it is not true that the only security manifesto I have is mercenary. That's not true. We discussed the three ways we want to resolve the security problems, that we will train our own security, professionalize them, pay them very well. We talked about deploying technology to boost security. We talked about collaboration. We talked about intelligence gathering. And we also talked finally about social security, both for workers and non-workers, because that's where our problem came in the first place. We talked about security that can be boosted with tackling climate change. Some of our problems came from the problem of climate change in the Lake Chad region. So I know.
Sorry for interrupting. Do you notice that our military is relatively very strong, very, very small compared to all international countries?
Your military is a mercenary to the elites in Nigeria. Put me anywhere. The only time they were strong was when they were doing mercenary work in Liberia and Sierra Leone, when they were not under the control of your military generals. It was the United Nations was involved, others were involved, they were being paid in dollars. What military are you talking about that is strong? If your military is
I'm talking about the size
strong,
of our military is very small compared to other countries. Have you noticed that?
Exactly. Yes, it's very small.
Are you looking to fix that? Are you looking to increase the size of the military?
That's what you should listen, because I think you just had one thing, you picked it up, and you won't let me talk, even now that you have.
Sorry, I'm just trying to get the point out.
The size of the military is, of course, compared to the population, is too small. But I'm not also trying to create a police state, because I know our military. What we need to do is to remove military who are doing useless jobs. There are military men on the streets of Abuja who are controlling traffic. They are helping people to organize rice at parties. When you remove them from those jobs, there will be almost enough military, and then you expand the existing military and ensure that they do what military men do. We stop police to do law enforcement that is internal. You understand? There are 350,000 policemen manning 200 million people. That's relative. That's very, very small. Our military is less than, I think there are about 144,000 military men in the Nigerian army, about 50,000 Air Force men, some 20,000 naval officers in the country. I agree with you, it's too small. So as a stopgap measure, I'm saying if I can get help somewhere else to stop the bleeding, that's the only part where conversation about mercenaries came into being. But I'll tell you that our military, the kind of loyalty they have, their allegiance is not to the country, it's to cabals. That's why I call them mercenaries too. Your military is not supposed to be killing Southeasterners who are engaging in peaceful protests, no matter how you see it. It's supposed to be police job. But as I'm talking to you, in Ebonyi State, military is burning down people in their houses every night. Is that a strong military or a rogue military? Or a military that's
a stressed military? It's a stressed military. That's what it is.
Well,
one soldier to 2,000 citizens, you are going to be stressed if they gave you that kind of job.
So stress makes you kill innocent people. Go and say that at the International Criminal Court, that you are stressed out. As
it does.
Yes, as your own defense of killing innocent people, of burning down villages internally in your country, of opening fire on innocent citizens. That is not an excuse. It will never be an excuse. I will never accept it as a head of state and president of Nigeria. I want a military that works to protect the territorial integrity of Nigeria, not to kill people within the territory of Nigeria. That is why I'm telling you that they act as mercenaries Let me tell you, wait. You can find military men tonight if you have little money to go and kill for you. By tomorrow, the person is dead. That is not the military formation that you should be arguing about, and antagonizing me for. I have been involved in this country now for 30 solid years, dealing with the army, the police, and all sundry military people. Don't come online and be justifying brutality by saying that they are stressed out. I'm
saying that you need to recruit
more.
I've
not killed anybody. I'm stressed
to
out
stop
too.
Yeah. Okay, forefathers, not just for you, for everybody else. While I think that there's need for engagement, we shouldn't interrupt our guest and let the guest finish. And I don't think we have room to give one person a lot of time. We have so many people waiting to join this conversation. So forefathers, what I would suggest is I will take you out now. Next time, when we go around, if there is room, you can come back and do a follow-up. So I don't want anybody to say because forefathers engage the guests and several questions, they will have the right to do the same thing. All right. Forefathers, thank you so much for...
Are you taking our right away from us now, Dr. Rudolph?
Thank you so much for joining us. Chidi, you're next.
Thank you so much. Let me start by telling Kenneth to just cool off. I apologize. I only had to attack you because you attacked me yesterday. Let's get down and do what we do as men. Now, sure. I, like you said, I'm a member of your team, I'm a member of your party. I am definitely biased, but this question is a personal one. What kind of balls do you have? Are they really made of steel or normal balls that makes you able to get up in a room, look those people in the face, not once, not twice, and say the kind of things that you say to them? I want to know where you bought where your parents bought your kind of balls that makes you able to do and say the kind of things you say, because whenever it comes out of your mouth, it is not, we will be fearing for you, be shaking for you. That's my question.
No, I don't kind of celebrate, balls publicly, because they're supposed to be private, right? So, but it's over the years, if you've suffered the kind of abuse I've suffered in the hands of this man, and you've taken them on one-on-one and understood that they're actually not as solid as you think. They use violence as a way of protecting their frailties. I actually think they are violent because they're afraid. So their first response to any little challenge is to go violent, is to try and run you out, run you down, or run you off. So over the years, I've decided that, like they used to tell us in, those village philosophers, where they get drunk in those days, say man dies but once. So what's the worst thing that can happen to me? Death. And then when I die, I think I move on in another dimension. So, but I just can't continue to live a life of cowardice and a life in which I'm perpetually afraid of my captors and oppressors. So whenever I have a chance, what is most important to me is to look them in the eye and tell them the truth as I know it, and then just hope for the best after that. And I think there was who was put out saying that tell them the truth. If you kill them, let them die. Unfortunately, the truth doesn't kill these guys, does it?
All right, thank you, Chidi, Dr. Chidi. Thank you so much. Ovia, you're next.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Mr. Sowore.
It's evening here. Yeah, but I understand.
Yes, it's afternoon where I'm joining from Atlanta, so that's why I say good afternoon. Yeah. Yes. Before now, let's say before last month, if I'm mistaken, I was one of your biggest critics, obvious reason, politically speaking. But you made a move that made me readjust my crazy about you. I said, okay, I think is ready for the game. What is that move? You were able to create an alliance with the PRP, which I believe that come easy for you because of the party ideology. Your party ideology and that of PRP, which is to work with the Talakawas. And by extension, you can as well say the same thing with the Konkosia movement. That of SDP too, Social Democratic Party, if you want to go by their history. And, to some extent, Labour Party, with the movement behind Labour Party. Now, my question is, it is staring very glaring in our face that we, as the ordinary people that you speak for all the time, if we don't work together, we are bound to see Tinubu or Atiku as our next president. What do you think we can do? Obviously, Konkosia followers. What do you think we can do with every other, Talakawas on the street to do who you present to actually bring you guys together? I don't know how you guys are going to form the arrangement. How can you guys come up with one system or move that all of us can back you guys and just take the system away from these two guys?
Thank you very much. I think first you must understand motive, and so you must also understand structure. There's no way anybody can discuss Nigeria's politics without looking at history of structures, and there's no way you can do it without looking at personalities. People overlook these things. There's an English saying that an army of sheep led by a lion is always almost highly more respected than an army of lions led by a sheep. And the problem with the army of lions led by a sheep is twofold. Is that nobody respects the sheep as a leader of lions. It's always contradictory. The second aspect is that the lions will ultimately eat the sheep when they are tired of the way of the sheep. And the sheep is always going to be a sheep. It's going to be diplomatic, standoffish, inoffensive, and all those characteristics. So that is why you cannot see us in partnership with some of these groups. Kwakwanso that you're talking about, Kwakwanso has been part of, I think, of all the candidates, the major candidates as they call themselves, he's the one that's been in government the longest. He was a House of Rep member, Minister of Defense. He was governor for 8 years. I think at the point he was a senator in the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And he has been a member of APC, PDP, before he now went and started his own party, NNPP. And if you look at his countenance and the ambience around his party, it's obvious that he's a candidate that's looking for merger. He wants to merge with somebody, or he's looking for somebody that can merge. When I walked into the meeting we had 3 days ago, the first person that called me, to greet me was Akali. He's the chairman of their party. For some reason, he likes me. For some reason, even the APC chairman is always like, anytime I go to meet him, he's always looking for me and trying to taunt me, so many of them like that. And he said, we've been looking for you. I said, no, you're not looking for me. So because we can't continue like this, we want to look for a way to work together. And I made it very clear, if you are working with us, we take the lead. We are the lions that will lead the sheep. We're not going to let you be leading a coalition with you. And he said, we'll talk. Of course, it's 3 days. He's not going to call me. He knows where we stand already. But for a number of these parties, look at their origin. Look at where they are coming from. I was in Benue today, Marco Dian, where we're having a town hall meeting. And the first person to ask me a question was an APC guy. He said to me, can you be like Malema in South Africa? He left the ANC, went to form his party, is well recognized. He also then said to himself that he feels that we should look for one big party to join. But he had a personal story. He joined APC because probably he didn't like our politics, paid 10 million naira for his form. He won election. the election was taken away from him. I said to him, what drove you to APC? It's the same philosophy. You can't beat them, you join them. Now you join them, they beat you blue. Where are you coming to tell your story? On the platform of AAC. You know, with your 10 million, if you are giving us 10 million naira, you know, we don't even sell phones. If you contributed 10 million naira to our party, we would have showed them shaggy. Anyways, I'm just giving you this analogy to explain to you that some of these are possible on the surface, but superficially. But on a deeper level, these guys are conjoined at the bottom. So if you take the veil away, you will discover that Kwakwaso is probably more interested in Atiku presidency than the Sowore presidency. It's natural, it is religious, it's ethnic, whatever, you know, primordial sentiments they have. It looks high statistically on the side of somebody who they are comfortable with, not someone like me, who they know cannot be controlled. I hope you get my point.
Yeah, but would you rather work with him and the likes of Adeboye, Adebayo and Obi, or seeing these two guys continue, you know, what they know how to do best, talking about the APC or PDP?
No, you see, I don't know why people keep making the mistake. There's no difference between APC and PDP and Labour Party.
So yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Labour Party is PDP light, you know, is the overflow. You know, when you go to church, there's a place they call overflow when there are too many people in the church. That's what Labour Party is. For the PDP, they just happen that the overflow is bigger than the main church, the main auditorium at this point. That's what they're dealing with. But the way to describe Labour Party for you is that, let's assume that there is this is completely hypothetical. Let's say there's a run-up between me and Atiku, for instance. Labour Party will go with Atiku. If there's a run-up between Atiku and Tinubu, Labour Party will align with Atiku. That's the plain truth, because that is their root, that's their origin. So that's the way to understand where these guys are coming from. So I cannot, for instance, go and have alliance with Peter Obi when his campaign manager, the BOT of his campaign, Obasanjo, who nominates, Obasanjo is in charge of nominating DG for Peter Obi's campaign, even without Peter Obi's knowledge. He's the one who nominated Okukwe. When Okukwe crashed, he's the one who nominated Oshitokun. I don't know if you know Oshitokun very well. Oshitokun is, and Fanfemi Fanika, they are Obasanjo's closest young people during his tenure. They're the one he uses when he wants to abuse people like Shoyinka and Achebe. They are the ones, notoriously Obasanjo people. So how do you expect me to go into alliance with a party that Obasanjo controls? Obasanjo will just wake up one day and flog all of them, you know, and start withdrawing support for them. So we are here on ground, and I'm not saying that you don't know enough because you're abroad. Rudolph can tell you, when we were working closely together in Sahara, we used to get breaking news in America before the people of Nigeria. They rely on us breaking news for them. So you guys probably have more information sometimes than we do. But in this case, I'm directly involved on a day-to-day basis because apart from just being participating in politics, I'm very nosy too, like most of you.
All right, thank you, Ovie. Nice to have you here. Let's connect. You're next.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Omoyele. I appreciate your presence here today. Dr. Damages, let me also take this opportunity to apologize to Dr. Shidi for responding to him. He's my big brother. I shouldn't have insulted him back. So we are all here clamoring for the good of Nigeria, not to fight ourselves. So Dr. Shidi, I'm sorry.
Very good.
Mr. Omole, prior to 2015, I will count myself as one of your strongest fans, you know, when it comes to Sahara reporters. Actually, I refuse to read news from either NTA or any other Nigerian newspaper platform, but Sahara reporters. However, during the 2015 election, the campaigning, you use your Sahara Reporters platform to campaign against Goodluck Jonathan. I would say that your influence actually helped to pull Goodluck Jonathan down, and Buhari emerged as the president. Now we've all seen what Buhari has turned to. We are all crying and also clamoring for a replacement. Now you are in the game, competing with others. But I would want to ask, are you seeing yourself winning this election? Last time we had Prince Adewole of BP. He came on this platform, we have conversations, and a few days after, the same Prince Adewole went to Ogun State and was wooing Obasanjo to endorse him and discard P2B. So my question again is, are you really campaigning to win this election, or are you being used to thwart P2B's chances of winning this election? Going by the fact that by the fact that the likes of Afenifere, Edwin Clark of South, where I think you come from, the Northern APC Christian leaders, the Middle Belt Consultative Forum, they all have endorsed P2B. As a Southerner that you are, and also P2B, I think you should give a chance for someone like P2B to come up, support him, then maybe next time, the people will come behind you. The fact being that, as it is today, the game is for P2B, and you know it. Thank you.
Well, I don't know where you guys get your confidence from, but I like it. Everybody that is participating in an election is capable of winning the election. They have equal chances. The Peter Obi, when you were speaking, I know you are Peter Obi person, because most of you, like I said, are overflow from PDP. You are complaining about Goodluck Jonathan kicking out. What is wrong with campaigning against a thief? Jonathan was a complete thief. They ruined the Nigerian treasury. Had Jonathan not run Nigeria the way he ran it, there would have been a Buhari. You should blame Jonathan for creating the atmosphere for a Buhari presidency because of the way he handled the Nigerian treasury. And posterity will judge all of you, including me, who at one time, for ethnic reasons, religious reasons, tolerated criminality in our country because it suits you. I am not like that. The reason I say so is that when Jonathan was in trouble with the Yaradua Kaba, is the same me, not being contacted by anybody, who took up the mantle of the fight to make sure he became the acting president, and eventually he became the president of Nigeria. Rudolph is my witness. I never campaigned for anybody in my life except when I ran in 2018. The people who are campaigning for Peter Obi today, that you call your leaders, they were campaigning for Buhari in 2015, openly. One of them being Obasanjo. Obasanjo campaigned for Buhari openly in 2015. Why do you accept him? Because it suits your agenda. Aisha Yesufu campaigned for Buhari in 2015. You don't question her because it suits your agenda. Patrick Utomi was a member of APC at the highest level in 2015 and beyond. You can go and check it. It's with Peter Obi. You don't ask him why he campaigned for Buhari because it suits your agenda and it suits your sentiments. But anybody that is against your candidate suddenly is being used. I feel insulted, my brother, to say that at the age of 52, I'm older than Obama at this time that I'm running for president of Nigeria. At the time he ran for presidency of the US, he was in his 40s. You look at me in the face at the age of 52, after 3 decades of fighting for democracy, going to jail, getting my whole body messed up, my brother killed. You look at me with disdain and you tell me that I'm being used against Peter Obi. Peter Obi, that is the person that has worked with every corrupt leader in Nigeria, including being a special advisor to Jonathan at the height of theft of national resources. He was an economic advisor to Jonathan when they were stealing Boko Haram money. Have you never found out? So, and that doesn't disturb you, but it disturbs you that I'm exercising my democratic right to contest for the presidency of my country, just like you could. Suddenly, anybody that doesn't work for Peter Obi is working for some marooned cabal somewhere. I think you should drop that attitude when you talk to fellow citizens, because number one, it's a function of right for everybody to aspire to the highest position in their own country. Second, if you are sure that Peter Obi is going to win, why should you be disturbed about other candidates? If Afenifere can deliver Yoruba land for you, Peter, what is the big deal about Sowore? If Northern Christians can make him win the presidency, will it matter that I'm running? No. If all the power blocks can make him become president that you have mentioned, including Edwin Clark. But I want to tell you about Edwin Clark. In 2017, 2007 or 2010 or so, when Jonathan was having an issue with the cabal, Edwin Clark kept quiet. He couldn't say a word to protect Jonathan. We not only did we fight for Jonathan on the platform of Sahara Reporters, we set up a people's parliament in New York to Kane Debate and others. And we were issuing resolutions over resolutions threatening the Nigerian government. We went and protested at the Nigerian embassy to get Jonathan in office because we knew Yar'Adua was not coming back alive. I'm sure you didn't see all that at that time. The only thing you see is your own narrow perspective of who should be candidates and who should not be candidate. And as far as you are concerned, the moment is not your candidate, everybody else can go to hell. I think that is wrong. And I reject it. And I reject the denigrating attitude towards any other person that is not Peter Obi running in this election. My brother, by February 25th, we will know who will be president of Nigeria. And I hope it is me, so that you can get dignity you deserve as a Nigerian. And otherwise, I'm sure we'll be back here again, probably apologizing to ourselves the same way you're apologizing to Chidi today. You know, wishing that you never ran me down, because this is one of the problems we have. We look down upon ourselves. Who is Peter Obi that I cannot challenge him in an election? And that it becomes a problem, you know. If I were to have a sense of entitlement, I would say to you that Peter Obi should not be allowed to contest elections because he never fought for democracy. But fighting for democracy is not a condition for becoming the president of Nigeria. It's not. Everybody has a right to aspire to be president of Nigeria. And nobody has a right to tell any citizen of Nigeria who to vote for or who to support. You are at liberty.
All right.
That you no longer like thieves to govern your country. But I've never been like that. It's as straight as an arrow in my dealings with the Nigeria done fighting against corruption, institutional corruption. It is written on Sahara Reporter's page that we stand against institutional corruption, we stand against big men, godfathers. That's what the site has ever done since it was started.
Yes, after the 2015 election, you celebrated Buhari's emergence as the president. And this tells that you actually supported Buhari, and Buhari is one of those criminals that we are actually trying to remove from office. So you were part of them, part of the people that put Buhari there.
All right. We'll wait for, I think Sowore is frozen.
Do you want me to step in, or do you want to take this one? I just want to reset the room so you don't take the heat.
Oh, how? Okay, go. For those who do not know, Dominic is my co-host. Anytime he's here. So Dominic, Dominic, go ahead.
I just want to make a few comments. I'm not going to ask my question, and I promise I'm not skipping the line. I think it makes sense for when people ask questions to not add additional inquiry. That's one. Second, if there's things that are unverified and they're not facts, you can say, I heard this, I heard that, and ask it as a question. But portraying those things first as facts and then jumping to ask a question based on that, I think is very...
Dr. Dominic, you don't tell anyone how to structure their question. So Mr. Sowore can answer the question himself. If it is false, he can debunk it. And if it is right, he can go ahead and answer it.
What I'm just making is an observation that those things that you said were not questions. Those things you had made as...
Yes, I'm making a background to my question. So, no, I'm making a background to my question.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. The first thing I need to do is I need to get people out. Some people just started coming in. Sowore has to come back. If you block, we have only 10 spots. So everybody will get a chance as long as he's willing to stay. So please, nobody should join in. Let's get the guests to come back. I don't understand.
So I'm not looking you down. All I was just saying is some of the things that you said at first, you led them as facts and they were not asked as questions. We can ask, okay, some people said this and that and that. Is this true? And let him answer the question. But you led them as comments, as facts, and then you went on to ask a question on top. This is what I was trying to point out. That if you say it that way, then it's more of a disrespect, because what you're saying is this is actually facts, and then you go on to ask a question. These are things that are
Dominic, hold on. People still don't listen to me. You guys trying to come in here, you are not going to come on air if the guest is not here. You're blocking the way for him to come in. People still continue to do that. Please don't try to join the studio. Please, I will get to you. Okay, let's allow our guests to come back in. Tobechuku, should I be calling people's name now? Report it to your family. What am I gonna do?
People are going to call us petty.
I'm saying the same thing, and people are still trying to come in here. Let's make room for Sowore to come. Philip Kings, please. Can you hear me? Oh Lord. All right. So now let's see. Just the people who are in the studio now on screen, that's enough. Let's wait for Sowore to come back and join us. And then we will, okay, he's coming back. We'll get everybody as long as he's willing. I mean, he has been busy today, but as long as he could join us and stay, we get the chance for you to ask a question. All right. So where are we? So are you done with
No, I have I've just responded, and our lights and networks are on and off, as you can tell.
Okay, all right. So
but my submission is that people should come off this high horse of dictatorship and degrading and dehumanizing statements about others politically. And one of the major ones that I detest is for somebody to look at you and say, oh, you're not matured enough to be president, or you should go and contest because my president is contesting or my person is contesting. And that when people don't subscribe to your political ideology or ideas or candidates, suddenly they are working for somebody. I think that is very insulting. You understand? Because, like I said to him earlier, Obama was president of Nigeria, in the US, when he was in his 40s. I'm 52 years old. I'll be 52 years old in a few days. And if I wasn't working for somebody when I was fighting for democracy, which they used to accuse us of in those days, if I wasn't working for somebody when I fought against Obasanjo or fought for Jonathan to be president, including recruiting Rudolph here, who doesn't like protest, I can tell you publicly today, we will go and protest. We set up an organization. We were funding ourselves. We went to London in 2009 to hold meetings about how Nigeria can get better. So you can't just sit pretty and just look at somebody. I can understand if you say you are not voting for a candidate, but I'm saying it's not necessary to insult somebody that they are working for somebody because they don't work for your candidate. Your candidate is working for somebody. I can tell you that today, but you don't agree. Peter Obi works for Atiku. He works for the PDP.
Now you are accusing Peter Obi working for Atiku. What if I accuse you working for somebody else?
Because it's what I know, Yes, and he has been Atiku's VP before, so I have sufficient evidence that they're all jacking people around. The reason you guys get upset about me is that I can't be jacked around. You know that.
Kenneth, thank you so much. This is what we're going to do. If you have chance, you can come back. But let's give other people a chance, okay? I appreciate your time. OC, you're next.
Okay. Hey, Omoyele Sowore.
This is the OC guy that publishes on Sahara once.
yeah, that's him.
Yes, yeah. So, I mean, if I know I'll be speaking the mind of many Nigerians when I tell you that we are in awe and we are very appreciative of all the things you've done over these past few years. You are the man in the arena, if I have to use that popular word.
My head is swelling, like a Jebu Gary.
It's just the fact. And I want to tell you that it doesn't matter the outcome of the 2023 election, you've won in many ways. And we all know that. Now, just because we are talking about 2023, that's why I have to make this comment. You mentioned Prince Adewale, who was on the show too a few weeks ago. And one of the things one of the issues I raised with him is what I call a retail approach to politics, where just like business, one-man business, everybody is setting up different shops, At the end of the day, I think what might benefit the businessman and the people that intends to serve is if there's any way people can actually coalesce, and then in that way they will be having a stronger voice. And I say that because, of course, you've been in the arena all this while. You participated in the 2019 election. Now, between 2019 election and now, the question is, what has changed? And what do you think are your prospects? Now, I say that because if you are in it as a gadfly who is constantly agitating the conscience of the nation and bringing up things in debates and all those things, I'll say well and good. But if the goal is to win an election and change things, then I think there might be a better way, more than just doing this year in and year out. And at the end of the day, we are not making the kind of progress that we want to make. There is somebody who yesterday was asking about, it was a business, so this person was making a comment to the effect of, would you rather own 0.1% share in Apple, that is $1 trillion company, or do you just want to run your own business that is worth $100? That is $100, but to have it 100%. Now, I understand where you're going in terms of not wanting to be associated with certain kind of group of people. But in a group, in a race where you have people like Adeola and the rest of them, what is the reason that all of you cannot coalesce and be this effective thought? Forget about P2B and Labour Party. But why can't you and Adeola and the rest of them coalesce and become this effective force? You have what it takes. He does, and a whole lot of other people. And we all will team up and support you, and then probably we get to that El Dorado that we're looking for. Thank you.
Well, Lucy, thank you. Let me also thank you for your very incisive write-ups. I used to publish you, but I don't publish anymore for almost 5 years now. So
why?
Because the moment I decided I would go political, I also wanted the sites to keep operating on the zone without interference.
Okay.
That was the goal ever. That and Rudolph can tell you this. Our goal is like, you don't want to have what I call founder syndrome. You are stuck with one idea. And I will answer you with regards to, because I've tried it before, with regards to only 1% of Apple and 100% of nothing. That sometimes the integrity and dignity dictates to some people, because Apple itself, before it became a $3 trillion company, was owned by one person who had other options, or someone who was approached and said, why don't you sell that? The guy who co-founded Apple, he decided to own nothing, and he's still alive. And the person who owned everything is dead. Maybe his option was, if I don't have too much money, I'll probably live longer. Who knows? I don't know what was behind that. But here is my understanding that I can share with you about Nigerian politics. Nigeria itself is run as a business. Of course, it was created as a business by the British, and it never quite became a nation. Nigeria remains a country, to me, mostly a business, or business as usual, if you want to call it that. Is this. In 2018, we were confronted with the same question. Why don't you go and merge with Feladro Toye Mogalo? And an attempt was actually made, you know. But you should ask yourself today, why is it that I'm the only person who is still standing from the coalition that was supposed to be the third force at that time? Because most of those guys emerged from the same manipulations we are talking about. We found out one of them was being funded by the VP's office directly. That was Oshibajo's office. And we thought, oh, it's going to, we could go to meeting with them. They already had a predetermined outcome. And in that case, I was their target because I was the only person who was not controllable. In fact, I went to one meeting and I left knowing that it was a scam. The person who umpired the eventual coalition eventually also joined the presidential race. That's obvious, Ekwesili. So some of us are clairvoyant enough to see where these things are headed. That you want to win an election and you don't win doesn't mean that ideas haven't won. Sometimes, and I keep saying this to people, that when you don't win election, as is arranged by the elites, it might be that some more eyes needs to open so that that next stage that is necessary will come to pass. And it's inescapable that one day people will wisen up. They will find through every means possible that people are just playing on their intelligence, and they will consume the lion, the sheep that is leading their lions. Just as you have revolutionary moments, there are also moments of revolutionary confusion. If you study the French Revolution, it didn't happen overnight. It took 10 years. It was at the time that it was going to happen. It wasn't ideas that triggered it. On the day it happened, started. It was scarcity of bread. But it had been building up before then. So I'm not opposed to a coalition. I'm friends with Adewale. I'm friends with the ADC guy. I forget his name now. Dumebi Kachiku. All these guys, I know them. But I also know that there is a reason why they don't want to coalesce, And it's not all of it that is for mention today, but they have their reasons. Some of them are genuinely afraid that if they go into coalition with me, they might get into trouble with the state. And it's real. You get my point. Some of them came to this race for different reasons. Are you getting my point? And it is not that they are bad people, but it is just that they have their own agenda that is different from mine. And some of them are clearly afraid of the fact that I am unyielding and uncompromising about my focus and goals. It's very easy for a business-minded person like you to look at politics from shares and profits. No, for people like us, it is a little bit bigger than that because we understand what these people want and where they are heading to. They also understand, like I opened earlier, when Rudolph asked me, why do I think they are doing all this peace parley and all that? They know that a peace parley would be some kind of a palliative or a balm that they can rub over the injuries and wounds of the people. I'm saying it categorically here. Abdul Salami doesn't believe in free and fair election. Abdul Salami doesn't want me to win. He doesn't want Adewale to win. You understand? Abdul Salami has his candidates, and that's who they want to win. But they want to also behave as if they are neutral. They're not neutral. The people that are holding billions of dollars in their private pockets that didn't belong to them, you think they will vote for a hunter who prevents corruption? You are wasting your time. Or they will mediate somehow a process that allow a Sowore to become president of Nigeria. When he was saying convincingly from his mind, for the first time, without missing words, he said to me in that hall, he said, if you become president,
we might have to leave the country. That's what Absalom burst out at that meeting on record. He said, young man, Mr. Sowore, if you become president, some of us might have to leave the country. And you know my answer to him, which was not recorded? Sir, it will be your choice when the time comes. He knows. It's not like they are knowing me for the first time. They know me. They have my dossier. They are the ones who arranged my arrest. When they arranged my arrest and they wanted me to soften down, do you know what they did? They went to arrange somebody to bail me, so that the person can be holding me to ransom privately, like, I mean, bail you. Shut up. You understand? Even Pastor Suleiman offered to take my bail. And he issued a statement to that effect. The Oni of Ife offered to take my bail. You think they like me? They don't. It's an arrangement within the elite. There needs to be someone who can put a leash on this guy on our behalf. That's what they did with Nnamdi Kanu first time. They granted him bail to their political friends, but discovered later that he doesn't kowtow to them. He's not genuflecting on the altars of those gods. So they decided to go and finish up the guy at home. When it didn't work, they went to Kenya to go and bring him. Are you getting my point? Mm-hmm. So these things are fundamentally deeper than our superficial analysis that we do. You understand? When you are writing an article, you don't have to think about the consequences if you don't live in Nigeria. But if you are living in Nigeria, all those articles that you write every day, you write one. You'll be writing only once a week. And you'll be asking people, can you help me look at it so that this article doesn't kill me? Because they won't waste time coming to, they will first of all come and meet you. What's be your problem now? Your traditional ruler will contact the church pastor will contact. They say you are writing too much. Are you sure you are prepared? These people are saying they can kill you. You don't look at it and say, is it worth it to be writing for Nigeria? Then you start writing comedy. This thing sounds funny to you, but when you are dealing with these guys and you know them deeper than as we know them, the issue has to be handled differently. Are you getting my point?
Yeah.
I'm close to Nnamdi Kanu and all the things that are going on around him. Are you getting my point? When somebody came to me and said they would release Nnamdi Kanu because of the Court of Appeal judgment, I told them, I said, you guys don't understand the way the Nigerian state works. Even the judgment itself was meant to cool some areas down. They know they will not respect the judgment, but they need to keep making people feel that they can have faith in the judicial system, even when they know the judicial system is fake. That's the reason for the judgment. It's the same court that granted him bail that came a week later to grant a stay of execution over a bail they granted. That's Nigeria for you.
Yeah.
So it's for me, I look at it fundamentally than you do. But that doesn't mean that your advice is not good. But it's just that the size of your advice may not fit the shoe that we are wearing.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, OC. Let's go to Echo. Echo, you are next. Question, please. No follow-up question. Let's just get to more people.
I beg, Oga Udo.
I'm just
let me talk freely. Just let me be.
All right.
Ogasho, you are welcome.
Thank you.
And I want to sincerely thank you for standing strong in the midst of the bullet. People like us are watching and following your footsteps. And I know so if they put Sowore down, there are plenty Sowore that has been bettered.
Absolutely.
So my question be say, my name is Madam H.O. My children that they sent, I say, I be bullet with Obi. I don't know whether you see her. So my own bullet to you be say, the human capacity of a nation is in the hands of the youth, the hands of the teenager and the children. When Boo Boom went to see Nabi where he goes some years ago, they asked and say, your youth population is growing. What is your plan? He can't open his mouth tell us say climate change. Now that day my head gaga. I can't realize that these people not get plan for my children. So my question to you be say, what will be your plan to develop the human capacity embedded in this young generation? Because I know they are smart, they are intelligent, and they can become the Elon Musk of Africa. They can become the Mark Zuckerberg. What is your plan? Because me, as their mama, I want to remove their command from Yahoo business. So don't be waiting Papa God created to be that. I want to remove them from kidnapping business. I want to remove them command from Boko Haram. I want to remove them from banditry and all. Because they become that. Because these useless people, when they talk about in the political arena and in the religious arena, they stole their destiny and they gave them poverty. They gave them lack and hopelessness. And because my children won't survive, they get to devise a way to survive. So what will be your plan when we go work with you to make them to come out from these bad things, make them use that knowledge when they do this Yahoo, make them come take and develop the tech world so that make we Africans they control the tech world. That is one.
Thank you. No, Rachel, thank you.
And at the same thing in line, not they disturb me, you not disturb the men. Make a match break there. What will be your plan for the street children? Because Papa God, when he bring them into their mama womb, he not also make the day street. He said of people like Oyedepo and that the geo of Redeem. And that one when they Abuja, what be do now me? When doctor, when supposed to build hospital, they treat people. He can't turn go the big auditorium. Auditorium when they're supposed to build to take my children come out for street and reprogram them to fulfill destiny. So what will be your program for street children? And also, nowhere for Mecca, when I see say they are picking, it becomes a majiri. So an amajiri is an abomination. Mecca not the do one where Muhammad they say it come from. Why can't be say amajiri can't take hold in our land? So they all the useless northerner leaders they can't turn amajiri to their machinery because they don't turn them mumu. What will be your plan for their amajiri? Because me, alias Hecho, the convener of Andaimogo Charity Organization in Nigeria and the convener of Andaimogo Charity here, I am ready for this war because I said their picking become a majiri. None of my sons and daughters will ever be a majiri again.
Echo, thank you so much. We have to go.
Thank you so much.
Then the final one, we say,
no, this is not fair. There are a lot of people who are waiting to join this conversation. Echo, you can't take 10 minutes here. No, we can't do this. I'm sorry. Sowore, let me just say this. Before when you were online with us, the world has changed. It's a new world now. I don't think you can survive here anymore. All right, go ahead. Answer, Echo.
Yeah. Well, Echo, thank you. I will take two questions because I didn't hear the last one. And the first one is how to expand opportunities for young people. And there are two ways that you start expanding the opportunities for young people is to look at how, first and foremost, from birth, they survive. Because as of today, if you look at the indices of Nigeria's lifespan, it's just dire and dire every day. We are talking about 20 million kids that are out of school. Nobody's talking about the number of Nigerian children that are not reaching the age of 5, because this is one of the indices. Huge. Nigeria has almost the highest number of likelihood of death before you reach the age of 5, which means that you are not immunizing them on time. There is no primary, secondary, or even tertiary health care available if they get sick. So a lot of kids are ruined in that direction because there's nothing in our communities to take care of, even childbirth. not to talk of immunization. I think people are mostly immunized against polio in Nigeria and maybe further diseases. In the US, I had all my kids in New York at Columbia University Hospital. And before you can take the child out of that hospital, I think they have over 8 or more injections that they have to take. When they are leaving, give you enough food, at least for a few days before you start buying from the shops. I'm not saying it's cheaper to have kids in those places, but at least you see the hands of government, both in delivery, birth, and early stage. But the area we are going into is how do you take care of kids you call Amajiri? Contrary to what you said, Amajiri actually was a program, was a development that started in Saudi Arabia when Muslims were being persecuted and they were moving from Mecca to Medina. The meaning of Amajiri will surprise you. It's people who travel in search of knowledge. That's the simple meaning of Amajiri. But the Nigerian brand of Amajiri are abandoned and neglected children. And what we have said is that a child can actually be Amajiri and become a pilot. Reason being that I was a child who was fishing at the age of 9, who has now become a potential president of Nigeria because I had other smaller opportunities that my parents provided me. So, but your main question is, all these guys that have ability to transform themselves into wonderful tech stars, how do we provide opportunities for them? And my answer is simple. You have to create the environment for it. And what's the environment for it? Provide them easy access and quality education, number one. We have to invest in education like we've never done before. Create the environment for those who may not go to school or not want to go to school to also get educated by learning other things. What I have as a solution for that, for early secondary school students, is to combine the education that we have with several other things that you can learn. So there's no reason why you be in GSS 1 and you cannot learn how to make tiles or how to fix tiles. You can be GSS 2 and also learn to be a plumber at the same time. These things can work hand in hand. You can also be GSS and also learn how to barb hair. In the US, you can't cut somebody's hair publicly with a shop without a license. So you can combine a lot of these things together, but you have to provide the opportunity and there must be investment. The second aspect, after you have granted them education or other opportunities to learn whatever they want to learn, craft, technology that may not require going to school, is to provide them the ability to access capital. I hate to hear from Nigerian politicians 2 words: empowerment and vocal training. What is the meaning of vocational training? They call it vocational training. I asked one of them one day, your children, did they go to vocational school? What is the meaning of vocational school? Oh, you have to teach them how to be carpenters. Why can't we do that in the secondary school as part of the general curriculum of education from GSS 1 to GSS 5? So, because then you can decide on a number of things and you can develop a new level of tertiary education, which is a 2-year community college opportunity. If you don't want to do 4 years, you don't have the money, a local government can own a university that provides you 2-year education. So you have what they call an associate degree like we have in the US. So you can try to stay in the local government and become the accountant after your 2-year education in the community college. When I become president, I'm going to eradicate all these multidisciplinary universities, college of education, turn it to a university, polytechnic, turn it to a university. They're no longer necessary. You can learn at the same place how to be, an electrician, elect, which are courses that were designed for when the computer did not exist, and also become a lawyer in the same university. Every goddamn higher institution in Nigeria today will be harmonized as a university when I become president. There's no college of education anymore. No need for it. What we replace the college of education with is a community college. And every local government will be licensed to obtain a a community college license, so that local governments can own community colleges, which is a 2-year university. And if they are doing well and we look at them and they can upgrade to a 4-year university, we'll give you the upgrade. Because some private universities in Nigeria are not as good as if a local government owns a university. That's just on the educational side. Then what else do you do for young people? Provide them opportunity to get jobs. But not everybody wants to work. I belong in that category. I cannot work 9 to 5. I've tried it before. It didn't work. So I decided to go and create a job for myself, completely by accident. So there are a lot of people who just need the opportunity to make that step forward in life. The opportunity must be there so that they can make that transition. With regards to Nigeria, the opportunities are not there. If you have it, if they have a chance, they will kill it. I did Sahara Reporters for how many years in New York? I decided to rent an office in Ikeja and try to set up a similar, smaller Sahara Reporters as a foundation. The day I was entering the place when we were about to park in, they came and attacked me, they beat me up, police took it over. And before you knew it, they were charging me for crimes I've never committed. They were charging me for murder based on a story I wrote about some guy. The police commissioner, all of them had become involved. They were waiting for Sahara Reporters. When I was arrested, it's the same thing like I told you at the beginning of this story. I have 3 charges that are criminal in nature. I have about 10 civil cases from high-end individuals in the country. Just want to kill the idea. Even when they know that I'm not longer writing for Sahara, because they knew when I was in detention, I couldn't be operating Sahara Reporters from detention when I had no access to any device of electronic nature. So we go back to all these young people. What happens to opportunities to obtain capital? You understand? From the government. Opportunity to get waivers if you have a certain level of credible intelligence that we see. The US gives Nigerian young people special category of visas that has to do with intelligence. The Nigerian state doesn't have a program for Nigerians who have high IQs. But the US will give you a special visa if they detect that you have certain abilities that is not very common, it's rare. The only way you can get money in Nigeria to start up a business, if you have certain special skills to steal or help them launder money, they'll give you money. You will get serious money. So I guarantee you that all these programs will not work if you don't solve one major problem: electricity. If you don't have electricity, you cannot industrialize. It's impossible. Anybody can deceive you all they want. You can give all the loans in the world, grants in the world. If you like, you can, get the best pastors who have direct telephone number to God. It's all a lie. They're part of the scheme. Their job is to make people dumb more and more, because I cannot believe, and I don't want to go religious today because they will say me and Rudolph are working together. I can't believe that a professor will carry the Bible to a church of a student who failed from his school to teach him what is inside the Bible that he has in his drawer. That's the irony of Nigeria. Not only they do that, they call them daddy and mommy. We were mentioning the Dunamis guy. I met him twice now. When I first met him, I just come out of detention. Somebody told me he's very radical. So I went to him. He asked me to kneel down. He wants to pray for me. I was private. I said, why do you want me to kneel down? I want to pray for you. If I stand up, will God reject the prayer? He said, no, why am I proving difficult? Before you knew, he wanted to put head on my hand. I said, look, don't put your hand on my head, because I'll be forced to put my own on your head too. He laughed it over. The next thing he said to me, he said, do you know that he got a calling? I said, you got a calling? He said, yeah, from God. I'm a medical doctor. My wife is a medical doctor. I said, sir, that's wrong. God should have called you to a hospital, not to a church. That was the end of our meeting. Next time our people went to his church with Buhari must go t-shirts. He got them arrested. He spent 31 days in DSSL. That's religion for you in Nigeria. So I'm just explaining to you that these things are not automatic except certain problems are solved. And one of the major ones is electricity. If you solve the electricity problem, you will see the ingenuity of Nigerians to survive on their own, which has been one rare trait that Nigerians have, is ability to create opportunities for themselves to survive. But if you just add a little bit of salt and pepper from the government, you have a powerful country to contend with. Brazil started producing the Embraer jet in 1969. But when they started producing, nobody would touch an Embraer jet. But today, their Embraer jet is the best mid-range jet and private jet in the world. What are we producing? Kuli.
All right, thank you, Ejo. Thank you so much. Igbo Basic, you are next. Please make it, please, if you can just go straight to the question. I know I say this all the time, please. We want to get as many people as possible. Those are sending their questions on the chat. I will get to that. I will try to maybe pause getting people in, and then we can also get your questions to Sowore. In the meantime, I think Sowore is off the screen.
I'm here. I'm
okay.
just
okay.
I'm just trying to drink water, drop cup.
All right. So Igbo Basic, you're next.
Yes, Omoyele, thank you for being here, and thank you, Dr. Damages, Rudolph Okonkwo, for giving us the opportunity to communicate with our brother here. Before you came online, Omoyele, I had made a mention that if being president just requires balls, sorry to come back to the issue of balls, that Fela Ransom Kuti would have been the president of Nigeria. And we all loved him, and he did his job. To line up my question today, I'm somebody who is very pictorial, and I'll try to present my questions in the form of pictures. I'm not sure, I may have met you since you sojourned in New York. I may have met you, but I have not had an opportunity to function with you one-on-one. Here I go. Here is what I call the passport of Malamilia. Some of you may have seen this, or some of you may have not. I call myself a senior citizen because I'm on a second missionary journey in the United States. Now, I've seen some of these things. As you can notice, the stage name is Igbo Basics, and I have encountered quite a few things just being Igbo Basics. But I'm sorry, I'm going to be who I am. Here is my next photograph. And you can see that. That was a publication we did some time ago. And then my final picture is this particular one. You can see the people who are in the picture. There's Atiku on the outside. There is Professor Patrick Tomi. There's Sergio Zakalo. There is Yaradua, who is being carried by Obasanjo. Then there is also Buhari in that picture. Having put all that in perspective, my comment to you first, and then my question, is that you are actually representing some of us, not by your choice. Let me put it that way. It's by your character that you are there. You've gone through the thick and brimstone. Every experience you've had in jail, beaten up, and all whatnot is a result of what God has prepared you to do in terms of your character. After all that's said and done, we are at a crossroad where you understand what we call the OIC, Organization of Islamic Countries, which people like Ebituki were fought before. There has been this thing going around that if, by any chance, the man who has been referred to as an ancestor, who is, by the way, Jagabo or Tinubu, somebody referred him as already in the ancestral land, that if he by chance gets into office, that Nigeria will end up becoming an Islamic state. What can you do if in the event, as things are narrowing down, can you make an alliance? Because everybody in the race right now, including you, believe they can win the race. anybody in the race is capable of winning the race. Somebody might trip along the way, and somebody else will come up. But my friend Peter Umade in Abga also believes he can win the race. So I am saying that for you, if in the final days you see that you are not going to cross the finish line, what can you do to possibly align with a younger generation to achieve our goal? I am not expecting somebody like me who is looking at 70 years old. I'm looking at 70. I'm not expecting that to happen. You are young. Can you join forces, not with the older ones who are in their 80s, with the younger ones, to make Nigeria what we all want it to be, because we want to come back to Nigeria.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Igbo Basic. Sure.
Well, I don't think there's anybody who can boast of a desire to return to Nigeria like myself. I will say something here that is probably only peculiar to our kind of thinking. You see, there's a lot of symbolism in how we describe Nigeria. You know, symbolism of passport, of religion, an agenda, political, cultural, religious agenda. And one thing I realized in Nigeria is that you can sit down in your house, dream up a conspiracy theory, and it will come to pass. That's how bad Nigeria is. Like, you can predict that Nigeria is going to merge with Togo and have a Togolese preside over Nigeria. And it will come to pass one of these days. It's how bad Nigeria is. But here is what I'll tell you. The alliance that needed to be made has already been made, as far as I'm concerned. Our own alliance is the alliance of the oppressed. But the oppressed, as usual, has not come to a place of consciousness. That is the problem. But what is consciousness? For the oppressed to understand that the political elite in Nigeria has a way of distracting their attention with all kinds of things. And that's why I pay attention to the likes of Obasanjo, because these guys are like a football team. They have left wingers, right wingers that will open up flanks, and then the attacker will come. All of them are working for the same political goal. The second aspect of it is this idea of youthfulness. I think, to be honest, it's esoteric as far as Nigeria is concerned. Why do I say it's esoteric? We just call people youths because we like the idea of youthfulness. But we have not debated or investigated if youthfulness is usefulness. The reason I say so is that the most irresponsible people in the APC government are younger governors. Kogi State is a very young governor. I think I'm older than him. Some of the most irresponsible House of Rep members are the younger ones. One of the most irresponsible senators in Nigeria's history was Dino Melaye. I'm older than him, I think. So being young is not a passport to a better life or better thinking or better ideas. That's why I said to ourselves, let's remove the sentiment. And to be honest, anybody that is asking a question about alliance in this meeting we are having is calling for me to merge with Peter Obi. I know the trick. You understand? That's the game all of you are playing. You just don't want to say it because it's not always sounding good. You don't want to be seen as saying what is on your mind. You're asking me to join Peter Obi. I cannot join Peter Obi. I can never join anything that Obasanjo has a hand in my life. If I die and you wake me up and you say that the only way you can live is to come and work with Obasanjo, I will never do it. I will never join hands with anything that Babangida is involved in. If Babangida is dating my mom, because my father died a long time ago, today, I will never call him a stepfather. I would rather call a goat my stepfather than I will call Babangida my stepfather. So let's just drop all these semantics about, oh, can you join with a younger? Is Peter Obi young? He's 61 years old. He's not young. They're not asking me to join Adewale now.
You have Peter. You have Peter.
No, wait. You're not asking me to join Peter Omiadi. I will say to you here today, Peter Omiadi is brighter than most of the presidential candidates in this race. I've been with him. I've listened to him. Bright guy, solid guy. But nobody listening to him because he's not Peter Obi. If they put Peter Omiadi and Peter Obi together to debate, Peter Omiadi will defeat Peter Obi. You will regret the day you start supporting Peter Obi. He's sound upstairs. He was a judge. And he writes his judgment by himself. I've traveled with him several times to events. And I'm amazed at his, the way he organizes his talks and how he presents them. He's probably the only presidential candidate that I know that has his manifesto in a booklet. And anytime he's talking, he will present the ideas to the audience. But people don't judge him or rate him because he's older. Of course, they see him as one of the oldies. And secondly, because he's probably not popular. I've never heard of him before, to be honest. But in terms of brain power, I'm sorry to say, but I'm saying it publicly. If I were to follow anybody based on brain power, I would follow him before I follow Peter Obi.
Okay, so what I just heard from you is that Peter Obi is what it is. Let me just give me a soft landing, if you can allow me, please.
All of you are playing.
You went to
Rudolph. I go to Rudolph's house to eat until I fall asleep. There's no game abroad that we don't know. Although all of you that stays in New York, we know you guys too. There are older people in New York. They have a place where they drink beer. When Obasanjo was in power, they used to stop. We used to go there and fight them. They will support Obasanjo. Most of you guys in New York, the older people, you are PDP too. I can swear, with my soul. Yes, it's true.
Yeah, yes, PDP grassroots in New York.
New York has the biggest PDP coalition, group in the US. Maybe they have it in Houston too, but PDP New York is very strong. They have drinking pubs. They will bring money from Nigeria. They will drink till money. You can ask Alex Kaba now. We know them. We know you people. So the game you are playing with me now is all semantics. You have your candidate. Come for your candidate. Say, oh, I want you to. I cannot align with Labour Party. Just don't waste your time. I can't align with Peter Obi. You are wasting time here discussing it.
All right, thank you. Igbo Basic, thank you so much. I've muted you. We can't hear you because we have to go. There are so many people who are interested in.
And I also have people waiting for me outside here. By the way.
So how much time do you have? Let me know what to do.
So only 10 p.m. and 10 p.m.
If I can take everybody that is present now with answer questions, I'll
okay.
If you have any more persons, I have to come back next week. I'm glad to come back on your show anytime I'm available. And I have to be careful, all these PDP people on your show, so that they don't take out the time for campaigning from me, so that their own candidates will have time to campaign. I will be on your show. I don't want to do that. And that's a joke. Don't get too upset.
All right. Let me before one man. There's a question there are so many questions on the comments. So let me just ask one just in case people accuse me of ignoring them. This one is from Kulata. It says
just put it up on the screen, Rudolph. Put it on the screen.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's easy for him.
It says, how will you fund your campaign promises when you get elected? That's from Kulata. So when one man asks his question, you can answer them together.
All right.
One man, go ahead.
All right. Thank you for doing that, Rudolph. I'm good to meet you again, Sowore. You made a cameo. Yes, you made a cameo appearance on my platform, which was cut short for network reasons. Hopefully,
I'm trying to come back. I just haven't had.
Yes,
but I promise to come back.
Yeah, no, we know the pressure you're
falling.
Yes, we know the pressure you're on. So I had no intention of coming on at all, but I only really came on because you are here, and I wanted to put to you some of the questions that I intended to put to you back then. So I'll just go straight to it because they want to hear from you, not me. But before I get to it, all this narrative about balls, we talk about it a lot on my platform. And we often wonder if you have some sort of martyrdom syndrome. We talk about that often, if you have some sort of martyrdom syndrome. But to the politics, why do you feel that your messaging, because of all of the field, you have the best CV of all of the field in terms of your plan for Nigeria, in terms of your age bracket, and in terms of how you are positioned throughout your history? You have the best CV. So why do you think your message is not resonating with the people? So that's one. And the other one is, are you actually running to be president, or are you on a reorientation drive to realign the Nigerian mindset towards what possibilities can be? Because we feel that that should be more your direction of travel than a presidential campaign. We all would like you to win, but of course, all of us don't really think you are likely to win. But through that reorientation, we think that that's where your push is. And then the final question, and then I'll shut up. Do you have the same confidence that a lot of people are vesting in this new electoral bill, which is now transmuting into some electronic voting? So are you sharing the confidence that people are having that the election will be freer and fairer than we've ever experienced before?
I'll take the last question. There's never a time elections don't have new laws, or new devices or new software added to it. It's part of the goal, it's the game. So the first time in 2015, they brought the card reader, and it was said to be the solution to election rigging. The card reader, the moment they started the election, the card reader stopped working. They used to seeded form to fill in the gap for a lot of the elections. Then now they have brought beavers. What they are trying to do is to delay what should have been the solution to electoral fraud in Nigeria, which is electronic voting, which has been adopted by several countries. It may not be the best, but it's going to be 95% better than where we are now. Now they are promoting beavers. They've used beavers in Oyo State. It has recorded over voting. They are in tribunal. Nobody knows where the tribunal decision might go. But imagine if you are doing electronic voting, which means that you will no longer need a presiding officer, police officers standing in people's thugs. Everybody will be removed from the electoral chain. You sit in your house, you can go into the toilet and vote, and not even let your wife know who you vote for on your device. And by 12 noon, we will know the results. If there are disputes, all you need to do is to go to the back end and look at IPs of voters, because every IP is unique. That's not to say that you cannot develop an IP that can be used to rig. But if you can't send more money than you have in your account in a banking transaction, then you should be able to vote without voting more than your capacity, because there will be a unique identity sent to you in advance. And if you start abusing this, it will delete your vote. These are very scientific ways. Then you don't have to leave your house. Right now, for me to vote, I have to travel to Ondo State. If I'm not a presidential candidate in this election, I will not vote if I have to go to my village, because the village people are also waiting for me. Accidents can happen, village people are waiting for you to drop something. I don't mean village people on the spiritual side, but the physical village people. They are waiting for you. But assuming you can vote in your house, and then the diaspora also can vote with your unique numbers, we can say to you, just like Igbo Basic said, scan your passport, and it will give you a voter's code. And you vote with it. By 12 noon, we have counted all the votes. We would have eliminated billions of bureaucracies that rig election. It's bureaucracies that rig election in Nigeria between the voting and the collation. That's the problem with Nigeria. If there is an auto collation of results, you would also eliminate judges, including from the tribunal to the Supreme Court, who are imposing candidates that now win election as governors of states like we have in Imo State. So anybody telling you that beavers will do the magic is just lying to you. Beavers it signifies what we call garbage in, garbage out in computer language.
it is what is rigged that will be uploaded to the beavers that will be transmitted to you. If the presiding officer rigs the election and the polling agents agree with him, he puts it on the device and sends it to the public. That is what you get. It doesn't mean that that result is authentic. What about vote buying? Which machine is going to stop people from buying votes? Tell me. Is it beavers? Does beavers know when the vote is rigged? No, it doesn't. It's not an artificial intelligence machine. It's just a data collation machine. In fact, beavers is not connected to the internet. It has already preloaded names of voters and their specific IDs. So it just calls them up when you query it. So these are computer languages that all of you understand. So what I'm saying is that that's number one. I almost forgot your second question, if you can rejig my brain, but I know we were asking the first one, if I have like martyrdom syndrome.
That was just an aside comment. That was an aside comment. But my second question was, at this drive that you're on, is it more? Is the potency more in the orientation?
It's tied to the same reason I question why we have some of our debates all the time. And this is with due respect to you, but those who might be listening. Why would I go and run for president of Nigeria so that I could make a point that I could make stronger on Sahara reporters? If I really want to make a point, and so many people have agreed, I could just sit behind in New York, get myself a good laptop from Apple, and be doing what I know how to do best, which is writing reports, exposing corruption, and doing all those great things that used to make you like Sahara reporters, which still makes some people like Sahara reporters. But I realized that after we wrote, Rudolph can be my witness. After I came back from 2015 election, I told everybody at Sahara that we've killed the last elephant in the forest. And it did not bring about the revolution we were hoping for. So what next do we do? I had a writer block. After that, I kind of lost interest. And then me and Rudolph, we went and started teaching. I was teaching even while I was at Sahara, but I spent more time teaching at a job that pays us nothing, peanuts. We were adjunct professors. When I'm not in town, he'll go and teach my class. I heard he teaches all the classes now. I don't know. I don't want to know. So, but this is what I came about. That without good people investing their time and energy, with a multidimensional intervention in the system is not going to change. And what is multidimensional? If you do election and they rig it against you, plan a revolution. If they suppress the revolution, that consciousness that you are asking for that needs to be built has been built. I started building with Sahara reporters. And when Sahara reporters, when people knew that they don't respond to corruption stories anymore, they started listening to ideas that I came with as a contestant in 2018. When the election did not produce the result they expected, they started listening to messages of Revolution Now. When Revolution Now did not produce the results, they took laws into their hands and did NSAS. All these things are interconnected. I'm not claiming credit for them, but I'm just telling you that if you look at the history of revolutions, all these things are interconnected. And the fact that, like somebody said, even if you kill Sowore, already there are more than 1,000 or 20,000 more Sowores out there that are more angry than I am. If you think I'm angry, we should come to NSAS and see mad people, young people. And one day, this will come to pass. They are listening to us. All these young people are listening to us. Forget about the fact that they still go to Instagram and look good and take pictures and put filters on them. Deep down, these young people are very, very angry. And that anger has to be serviced from time to time. They are serviced with elections. Yes. Each time people vote in an election that they don't produce their result, you have produced more angry people than you have produced winners. You don't win in an election in which people came to a conclusion that you rigged them out. Go and write that down. It doesn't matter how long it takes. You can go and ask Buhari. If there's anybody in Nigeria that is anxious to finish his tenure, I think it's Buhari. The man can't wait for that May 29 to come. I think he has already made up his mind that he's not going to do any intervention in Nigeria. Just counting days, wherever.
That is if he's still mentally capable of doing it. He can't wait to drop the mess on top of the next unfortunate person according to their own plans. So I am not running to go and drop a message. It's not a leaflet campaign. I'm not campaigning to get recognized. I don't need it. I'm actually running, hoping that we can win and win big. Because the moment, you know, a win is announced for our kind of radical politics, I'm sorry, your show will be offline because there will be nothing to discuss anymore on your weekly shows. And I pity Rudolph as well, because who will be discussing Nigeria?
Do you think your messaging is resonating? And if not, why not? Why not? Yeah.
It is resonating. Go and ask the people who are afraid of the messages. That's why they are damn afraid of the way I talk. They ask me, just like you asked me, they ask me when I go to meetings with them, do you want to die? Are you not afraid of death? Because they know that this time something drops. It goes to thousands and thousands of people. They may not react immediately. That's why some of us feel like messages are not resonating, because you expect immediate reaction from those who get the messages. You don't know that messages are processed. There are messages you had when you were in primary school that have stayed with you till today. There are enemies you made when you were in secondary school that if you have a chance, you will still deal with them. You understand? There are females that you wanted to date that today, if you see them, you want to mock them, say, if you had dated me, your life will not be like that. You know, these ones are jokes, you know, apart. But this is just human nature. When you drop messages, they are processed in human brains in different ways. But what I'll say to you with regards to people like us is that look at the array of people ganging up against one person. The police gangs up against me. The DSS gangs up against me. The army gangs up against me. The media gangs up against me. The traditional rulers gangs up against me. Pastors, I have 3 pastors that sued me. I asked one of them when I saw him one day, what happens with Jesus Christ fighting your battles for you, that you had to go to a worldly court to sue me over something that you could have prayed over? He said, no, that you know, defamation is not handled by biblical teaching. He wants to teach me a lesson. These are pastors, 3 pastors. So I'm saying this, and these are facts. I'm not making these are facts. So for me to even be breathing at all today, guys, I think we should appreciate ourselves for it. Because you are sitting down there, the dangers that you are facing are not clear to you. You don't know that. That's why some of you feel like you have spiritual problems. No, my own is not spiritual, my own is physical. And if there's a spiritual dimension to it, they're also working on that on the side too. Because I've heard some of them, they have prayed about me in church before and said that, you know, God should take me out of circulation. And they'll come to my page and say, we prayed about you. You are going to die in 24 hours. You know, I don't know how many times I've asked Dr. Damages to die, you know. But they actually make prayer requests about us. And this is not funny, because those who are making prayer requests also know that the people who are praying to kill you may take laws into their hands. So they are multidimensionally different from the reality you are facing. You know, if you can wait for me to come on your show next week to come and talk about my election prospects, but the people outside there don't want to see me lift next week if they have their way to be on your show. That's why you know that the messages are resonating. The fact that you have to come here to talk to me, I think there's something resonating with you.
All right, thank you. Thank you, one man. Thank you. Sure, there's a question from Kulata that you didn't touch on, which was, how will you fund your programs, promises in your campaign if you...
You know, I answer this in very simplistic ways. And then when I have time, I also discuss them on long term. The simplistic way is that, you know, if one person can steal 150 billion naira, that's one person, the one we know. And if I tell you that that money that he stole, the one that they are declaring, is after EFCC have looked at it, ICPC has looked at it, The agencies have looked at everybody, collected what they have to collect. They now agreed that, okay, not to embarrass you too much, let's make it 150 billion. At that point, I can guarantee you that they found that man with no less than $1.5 trillion naira. This is the truth. That's just one person. There was a case we were following of a former chief of staff of the army, the guy who they found out was keeping his money for him. When they took him to SCPC, the amount they found was like 5 billion naira cash. When they took him to SCPC, they asked him to write a statement. He put 3 billion there. The guy slapped him. Why did you put 3 billion? Put 21 million naira so that we can resolve this problem. We're going to share the rest. I'm telling you. So the simplistic way is wherever they are stealing from is where we will fund this program from. But the non-simplistic ways of funding is to look at the range of opportunities that are there, open to us. What is our tax base like? And I'm not talking about pay-as-you-earn tax. Taxes are royalties owned by oil companies in Nigeria that are not paying. It's over 4.2 billion, 4.5 billion, I think 4.7 billion at this point. You can't do that in Texas. You can't owe the US government taxes. Even if you are poor, you can't talk less of if you are rich. I'm not saying that the rich don't, shag the system as well over there. Of course, with Trump, you know that the tax system is a sham in the US. If you look at its tax structure, that's number one. Second, is all these revenue generating agencies that don't return money to the federal government purse. The federal government identified over 11 trillion of that. That's half of the national budget. Are you getting my point? There is the gas company that Nigeria is a shareholder. Nigeria actually owns it, but they claim they're a shareholder through the NNPC. They're supposed to be dropping $21 billion, I think, every year. Particularly now that Ukraine is fighting Russia, gas prices have gone up. But when we did an investigation, I asked the people working there, they said, no, we have already fixed the prices in advance, so we can't change the prices of gas. But what happens is that the 21 billion the NNPC gets on behalf of the federal government doesn't go to the federal government. They don't deposit anything. As the president of Nigeria, that money will be coming to the consolidated account directly. $21 billion is a lot of money. So just these areas that I've mentioned to you, we fund about 2 to 3 years of my budget of reconstruction, whatever budget you want to call it, budget of Olympics, reconstruction, budget of restructuring, whatever budget, there is enough to fund it. What has happened to Nigeria? There's money in Nigeria. Don't let them deceive you that there's no money in Nigeria. I remember at Columbia University when I was still a student, I think it was one professor that came from Obasanjo's regime that time. And I threw a question to him. He said, oh, the Nigerian budget is no more than that of the fire department in New York. Fire department in New York. And I said to him, are you part of people drawing the budget for the fire department? He said, no, but he has read it. I said, so let me give you a solution. Each time your budget is the size of the fire department in New York, go and buy enough fire engines in Nigeria. He said, oh, they have never thought of it that way. It was a sarcastic way of responding to, because the fire department in New York actually have fire engines, so that if there's a fire break in your house, the fire department will come. But Nigeria, you make budgets, you implement them only to undermine the budget itself. Don't forget that the budget is a law of a country. If it's breached, it's supposed to attract punishment. In the US, when budgets are not followed according to the way they are supposed to be followed, the government shuts down. But here, the more they sabotage the budget, the better they feel, the richer they are. So there is a lot, and I'm not saying this before somebody says to me, Sowore is just talking as if he's a non-economist. It's not about economists. Don't confuse anybody with economics. This is a measure of fact. I'm reaching you with facts that Nigeria has more than enough to take care of these problems that we have identified. And I can tell you that I can fully fund our programs, which they have accused me of socialism. But we have told them that you hate socialism, but why is it that there's socialism for the rich in Nigeria? If the rich man go and borrow money, no matter the amount in Nigeria, when they can't pay back, the Nigerian government will take over the loan through AMCON, pay it off. They will now go and be collecting wristwatch from them and be overvaluing wristwatch. Somebody, they took wristwatch from him and they said his wristwatch is worth $150 million. How can the wristwatch be worth $150 million? Can the wristwatch fly you? So, but that's what they do here. They practice socialism for the rich. When the poor people ask for socialism, they start getting upset that you want to turn them into a communist state. You are not a communist state, but Dangote can get 16 trillion naira waivers from the federal government of Nigeria. You are not a communist state. Dangote got 2.7 billion naira invested into his refinery. But the Nigerian state cannot fix his own refinery with less than $3 billion. Dominic, you are falling asleep.
All right. Sure. Let me two more questions, if you can quickly touch on them, because these are people on the comment before we continue. One says that your ideas are lofty ideas, but are they achievable in Nigeria, that the way it's structured today? That's from Kola. And there's another one that says that you were allowed to, when you were signed for campaigning, you were allowed to move around in the country. Is that not part of a plan by APC to confuse the youth? What is that? You can quickly touch on it.
Like I said, when it comes to conspiracy theories, you can dream it up and anybody will believe you. I wasn't allowed to move around by the government. We went to court and we were in court for 3 years to vary my bail. The first bail they granted me said I can't leave Abuja. We went to a court of appeal to ask for all the bail conditions to be lifted. They did not lift the one that says I should be giving back my passport. They lifted the one that restricted me to a city, because the judges said they have never seen a citizen of Nigeria restricted to a city. The last time it happened were two people, Pa Michael Imodu, during the colonial era. He was restricted to Auchi. The second person was Awolowo, who was restricted in 1963 to Lekki before he was finally jailed. I'm the third fortunate citizen of Nigeria, historically, who has ever been restricted to a city. Anyone listening to this, tell me, how is it possible that you restrict a person to a city? For 3 years, I couldn't leave Abuja. I couldn't go to Lokoja. At a point, I had to be looking for the map of Abuja so that I don't go past Abuja. Because there was no geographical definition of Abuja to me. So for someone to sit down somewhere and say it's part of their plan, no. By the time the restriction was lifted onto me, I didn't even have a political party, because we're in court fighting to get our political party back. It was the same court of appeal that then restored the political party back to us. We're in court. We're following the processes that had been laid down. So I didn't know, for instance, and I want to say this for Peter Obi supporters who make up this kind of stories. Peter Obi had not become a candidate. He was still in PDP when my bail conditions were lifted. And to let you know how generous I've been with all these characters, is that when Peter Obi was having problem in Labour Party, trying to obtain their membership and become a presidential candidate, there was division and partition of the Labour Party. I offered Femi Falana, who was their lawyer at that point, a secret document that had not been published to help Peter Obi overcome his legal challenge in the Labour Party. I've said this publicly. He has never denied it. They can't deny it. And I did it without looking back. He had problem. I'm repeating here, he had problem becoming the candidate of Labour Party because there was division in the Labour Party. I offered them an unpublished opinion of the Court of Appeal, which they badly needed, to let the judge off their back. And that was how he was able to quash that case. So who's using who now? I think it's him that's using me.
All right, thank you. Dominic, you're next.
You had the second question.
I don't know if you answered it. It was about, whether your ideas is possible, the way Nigeria is structured today.
It is possible. And I want to say, in this, grant me the right to brag a bit, that I've always overcome difficulties, in creating and sustaining ideas. I think Sahara Reporters was the most challenging thing I ever did in my life for a number of reasons. First, I was fired from a job and I was under pressure to get another job when I started and had to be dogging my wife. I'll wear clothes in the morning and follow her in her car to go and look for a job. She dropped me at the airport, I'll come back at the bus stop, I'll come back and keep doing Sahara Reporters until it became what it is. Nobody thought that I could succeed as a journalist because I didn't train as a journalist. So I think I want others to also imbibe the spirit that things can work in Nigeria, because I think there's also some kind of cynicism that things can't work and nobody can make things work. But the next day, we will line up behind somebody who said he could make things work because that's the person we believe could make things work. So I'm different in that regard, but things can work in Nigeria. What we need to do is to collect Nigeria from owners of Nigeria, and things will be working on autopilot. I guarantee you that there's a lot of things that can work. There's nothing spectacular about running Nigeria. I think Nigeria will be the easiest country to run for anybody who even has a scintilla of small ideas. But you must not have ties with the owners of Nigeria. The shareholders, we must cut off from them. Otherwise, there's nothing that can work in Nigeria. And it doesn't matter. Like I've said to people, if they carry Nigerian leaders to New York in 2 weeks, your underground trains will not be working. That's how they are designed, to make sure that they frustrate development. They will arrest the development of anywhere they go to. If they go to heaven, the cooling system in heaven will be compromised. If they go to hell, they will compromise the heating system.
All right, thank you. Dominic, you're next.
My apologies. I don't want them to use the fact that I'm very exhausted and I've worked long hours to say that you're...
I would have loved to take a picture of you and put it out and say, hey, it's not only Tinubu that gets tired.
Rudolph knows me. No matter how exhausted I am, when it comes to Nigeria or people who I actually believe can make a difference, when Rudolph sends me an invitation, I always show up. So your speech is absolutely not boring. I'm taking off my hat as one of the co-hosts, and I apologize for what happened earlier. Actually, one man went to know already asked the same question I wanted to ask, which was in terms of winning election versus actually trying to incentivize the electorate. And I'm gonna sort of ask the same question, but puts it in a different light. Regardless of what happens now, whether or not you win the election, what are you trying to achieve in terms of your legacy? Let's say 30, 40 years from now, when you're old, you have, grandkids. What is the most important thing for you? Is it that you won an election? Maybe you sacrificed your integrity, or maybe people recognize you and won the election, or is it the fact that you were able to make a difference in Nigerian political space and actually bring some level of difference? And just for me to add one more background for people who make certain comments. You are Epo Idra from Ondo State. You've mentioned that a few times, and I actually quite commend you that you don't use your ethnicity, even when it may be to your advantage. For example, people say that you supported Goodluck Jonathan. He's an Idra man, just like you, right? But you don't use that. Or people mention that you're a Yoruba man. You don't use that to push yourself, So I quite commend that. The last thing I'm going to say is someone wanted to ask a question, but he couldn't enter the studio. My question for you is, he was asking about how you can turn the Nigerian medical healthcare system, or build a healthcare system that will be similar to what they have at the at NHS in the UK. I'm also a physician, so this question is also important to me as well.
I'm glad that you're a physician and you know that medicine is evolving. But I'm also very sad that as a physician, we don't have you here with us. This is where we need you. But here is the advantage of the person you are talking to. We're going to get you to be a physician in Nigeria by not stepping on Nigerian soil, since you don't want to come back yet. And we are in the age of telemedicine, and that sector of the medical practice will evolve in the next few years the way it has never been before. It is part of the reason why the UK has moved, the UK, Canada, the US has moved over 8,000 physicians out of Nigeria. As we speak to this, there are only 24,000 medical doctors, right, that are practicing medicine in Nigeria. 24,000 officially recognized. And there are catering to 200 million people. I wish that my friend was here, who was worried about mercenaries. Would we be worried if we bring foreign doctors into Nigeria to help us? Would we call them mercenaries?
We already have those. A lot of Indian that apply by
yes, Indian, Turkish. You know, the best hospital in Abuja is a Turkish hospital. You know, and there are Hungarians. You know, but they're not enough. So the medical sector is something that needs to be developed in a very technological manner. Do you know in Nigeria, I find it very interesting. When they build stupid hospitals, they call it state of the art. And do you know why they call it state of? They'll go and buy this body scanner, which in any way is not even a medical equipment that is used anywhere. You know, it has never been known as a major diagnostic machine. Sometimes it diagnoses things that it's not supposed to diagnose. I've been asked to enter it before. I said, no, there are too many hidden diseases in my body that I want. Because sometimes, you know, it's when you are diagnosed that they start killing you. If you don't know, what you don't know don't kill you. I know doctor will say that's not scientific. But here is the truth. How do you get doctors to work in Nigeria when you are paying the highest paid doctor in Nigeria? I went to the leadership of the NMA's meeting in Asaba. The highest paid doctor in Nigeria is like maybe 125,000 naira. You know, well, not the highest, but I mean, that's the starting salary. 125,000 naira is like $120. No, yes. Maybe it's like $150. How can you, a medical doctor who spent 8 years in the university, start a salary scale with $120 and $150? That's number one. There's nobody who's going to stay and work with such high level knowledge acquired over a long period of time with strikes, you know, mosquito bites, snake bites, you know, scorpion bites, and you earn that kind of amount and you are happy. I think some of them earn like 445,000. 445,000 naira is maybe around $700 to $800. So start thinking about remuneration as a motivation. You have killed it right there. And then how many hospitals in Nigeria exist that has capacity to treat anything? No. Majority of the treatment that goes on in Nigeria are carried out by pharmacists. I'm telling you this. It's the pharmacists that are actually taking care of primary health care in Nigeria. Anybody that is sick, you go to a pharmacist, they help you. There are two categories of diseases in Nigeria when you are sick. The first one is malaria. If it doesn't go in 3 days, on your own, you upgrade it to typhoid. You go to the pharmacist, you get the medicine. If you don't cure, it's the pharmacist that will ask you to go to see, not a doctor, they will ask you to see a pastor. That is the village people that are bothering you. So that's not medicine. We don't have the primary medical system. We don't have the secondary. And the tertiary institution that should provide the highest level of medical care don't exist. I passed the University College Hospital in Ibadan a few days. Even the gate to the place shows to you that you are going to die if you enter that place with any complex disease. They used to call hospitals in Nigeria diagnostic centers, you know, or mortuary. The Nigerian hospital system, the morgue, cannot cater for the dead body. There are standards for, you know, keeping a dead body in the morgue now. The temperature must reach a certain level. I don't think there's a morgue in Nigeria that has the temperature that can keep a body fresh. So most people, the moment that people are dead, they just carry them to others, they put formaldehyde in their body, you know, and then whatever they need to do, they remove some spare parts from it, wrap it, go and bury your dead. Most people keep their dead bodies with private morgues in Nigeria. It's a booming business because our hospitals at any level can't even keep the dead afresh up to any point that they can be honorably buried. You know, this is the reality that Nigeria is facing, that you have to solve by bringing in more hands. But I think in the meantime, like I said, technology is what has to be deployed. And I'm a big believer in technology in resolving any problem. And telemedicine is a way I think you people can be helping us. Maybe there will be a database of Nigerian doctors or non-Nigerian doctors who can treat people without physically seeing them. And I think COVID has taught us a big lesson in virtual medicine as well, to the point that that could help in the medium, in the meantime. But ultimately, we must go back to investing in healthcare. The healthcare budget also for Nigeria is a sham. You know, they don't care about the budgets because they don't need it. The major people who are running Nigeria don't go to hospitals in Nigeria. There's no one of them that you can find in any stupid hospital. If they go to private hospitals owned by these foreigners, Indians and Turkish, it's just as a placeholder while they are waiting for the air ambulance to airlift them out of the country. And I know quite a few air ambulance companies in Nigeria that are doing very well, because every day, these crazy people that we're talking about, they are not healthy, by the way, they're always sick. So they keep lifting them, they'll go and pump in more steroids, bring them back. Like I was saying of Tinubu 3 days ago, as soon as Tinubu walked into that hall, the man just dropped his head backwards. When the chairman of APC woke him up, he dropped it sideways. When he woke him up again, he dropped it to the left sideways. When finally he wanted to to enjoy the sleep, he just dropped his head down. And that was it. The guy did not come back alive until the meeting was over. Those are the kinds of people you want to hand over.
You're making me feel bad for snoozing a little bit.
Yeah. No, but you see, what you have done is different from someone who is sick and sleeps as a result. What you have just had is power nap. We all have power naps from time to time. Yeah.
Sure, let me ask you, when you see people who support someone like Tinubu, what do they say to you is the reason why?
The biggest excuse they have is that they don't want to waste their votes. That they believe that good people cannot win elections in Nigeria. And that it's bad guys that can win until, you know, I think part of Nigeria's biggest problem Nigerians have is that across board, they believe that some supernatural hand is going to solve Nigeria's problem. So they resort very quickly to prayers. You know, God will do this, God will do that, God will do this. You know, and if you say to them that God doesn't organize elections, they get upset. They actually take it personal when you challenge their religious beliefs or the overly stupid belief that religion will solve every problem. You know, that is why you get a lot of outcomes. You know, and I want to say, I know this is controversial, but I'll say it regardless. If you look at the number of people who are religious, you can understand why they can believe anything in terms of political leadership. There's too many people you don't expect, you know, will be overly religious. You see people who have PhDs, they are making religious statements that God has designed certain things. The moment people start thinking that their misery, their fortunes are dependent on what God has said or what their pastors have told them, and it's very difficult to get majority of them to reason that God doesn't organize election and he doesn't operate on those levels. It's the truth. Because we come against this all the time and they look at you like,
so
just say that God cannot do this.
Sure, hold on, because I was confused when I saw you saying this. I wanted to say, did anything happen to you?
Yeah, this is not our making. The person who might be candidate is going to be somebody chosen by God. Yes. I am not saying that I'm the person chosen by God. But if you look at the book of Samuel, Israelites at the time started bothering God and Samuel. We want a new king. Give us a new king. And it was the first time God was humble towards men. Say that's what you want, go and get it. And then Samuel warned them. First Samuel, book of First Samuel. He said, this king that you are going to get, he will turn your daughters into perfumes, Olosho. He will turn your sons into slaves. So they said they don't want hair. I'm saying this to warn Christendom in Nigeria. That the king that you are choosing upon us may not be the one that God chose. And you should temper your arrogance. If you believe in God, let God choose his own king over his people. Don't go and meet in any Kaduna or Kano, because God does not have a location when he wants to take his own decisions. Yes.
All right. So I wasn't sure what I was listening to you quoting.
No, so they invited me to an apostolic roundtable of all these pastors. Big pastors. Igodaro was there, Bolaji Akinyemi was there. And I wanted to make a caricature of the game they are playing. So I did my research before I went there. You know, I've read the Bible twice over. And I just went there. If you watch the thing to the end, I told them that I didn't come here to claim religion, that I just want to tell them that the God they are serving was created by them. That is why when they say, God, somebody is corrupt, God will look the other way. And their God only fights the person the God wants to fight. So I say, you are the ones who created, in Nigeria, you are the one who created God. So my conversation with them was based on their own biblical knowledge there, and mostly of sarcasm. You know, I just wanted, and you know, if you heard some of my jokes, you know, when they asked me that, you know, how do I relate with Christians in the country? I said to them, I said, oh, I'm nice now. Otherwise, I would have created a church, and all of you would have lost your members to my church. So they didn't find it. They knew what I was doing there. They know that I'm in their territory, and I'm fighting them with the instruments that they use in confusing people. And it is true. If you read the book of 1 Samuel, which I've read, because I was born a Christian, you know, I even told them I have a middle name called Stephen. And I wanted to abandon the name at a point. But you can abandon the name and name will not abandon you. You know, like Stephen in the Bible, they stoned me too for taking a decision against the Jewish council in this country. So, so I told them my history, my lineage, and I just use the instrument they use in confusing people to have a conversation with them. In a way, if I went there and say I don't know about how Christians operate, nobody will listen to me. I wanted to talk to people in their midst to know that I understand the game and I'm ahead of the Christian game. Because what they invited me for, they've already decided that they are working for Peter Obi. That's all those people you saw sitting down there. They invited us just to sound as if they are neutral, you know. And I went there very well armed to also neutralize them. And they didn't find it funny. When I was gone, they were fighting because I had to go to another event. They were fighting. Some of them were making open confession that they didn't know that I was so knowledgeable about the Bible and that I know about Christianity that much. There were a lot of things I said there. But we're there on the turf where they were playing, you know, mind games. And I was responding to their mind games by exposing how shallow they even understand the Bible. Because one of them was quoting the book of Samuel saying that God has pushed them in the direction of the person they want to. In fact, the program was described as one man. That's the name of the title of the program. And they already had their one man in mind. But they just want to come and, you know, have some of us sound like. But by the time we're done with the mind games, they knew who was ahead. You know, because they were shocked at my knowledge of the Bible. Because I said to them, the God you are shouting, God shows this. And it's true. In that book of Samuel, God told Samuel and said, when Samuel went to provoke God, this is in the Bible, and said he wanted to provoke God to get upset. He said, these people are not listening to you. No, and God said, no, it's not about me. For once, let us let them search for their king now. But you can warn them. You can tell. And I quoted the exact verse in the chapter and the verse of the Bible to them. They were shocked. They have been calling me since then that they didn't know that I'm a Christian. I'm not a Christian. I don't practice religion. I'm irreligious. The reason I say I'm irreligious is that claiming that you don't have a religion is also a religion itself, because you also have to defend it with your own scriptures. I don't want to get into the religious game. It's a game as far as I'm concerned, and it's well noted in this country that they've used religion to fool too many people. You know, and I tell them, look, if you want to vote for another Christian or Muslim,
you are at liberty to do it. But don't forget also that most of these people, by even their own scriptural standards, there are no Christians who are politicians. By scriptural standard, there are no Muslims who are politicians. Somebody would think that Buhari is a Muslim. He's not.
All right.
You also think that Tinubu is a Muslim? Go and look at Tinubu. It doesn't. If Tinubu existed and is not a candidate of the Muslims, they would have cited him for blasphemy. I'm telling you. Because the way he quotes, the way he mentions the name of, they don't conform with the way they practice Islam. But the guy is not a Muslim. He's a druggie.
All right. Thank you.
I have to head out, but I asked someone else's question, but Mr. Sowore, you didn't answer my question, though. The question I had asked you was, what do you want to be as your legacy? Many years.
You were asking about legacy. I answer legacy question all the time. And I take a cue from
what do you want to be a legacy?
People like to define what their legacy want to be when they are still alive. I have two answers to that. I don't worry about my legacy where I'm here. And if you ask me what do I want my legacy to be when I'm gone, I won't ever have to bother about it, because the moment I die, it doesn't matter what you say. I've become matter. Part of me will become liquid, gas, and solid. You people who will be alive are the ones who have to worry about legacy. What I do is I do my best every day, live my life as I believe it, and don't worry about legacy. Because it's when you are thinking about legacy that you start hiring PR companies to help you manage it.
Okay.
You start looking for your former girlfriends not to talk about you.
Forget the question I asked there. Let me ask a different way.
No, Dominic. It's okay.
Rudolph, what I meant was, if he doesn't win as president, is there any other alternative you will see as a success, being that he's part of the?
Look, I think let me answer quickly.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to get.
At the point in life, I felt like I'd already defined my path. In fact, if there's anything that's challenging to me in terms of legacy, is trying to do politics. I hated politics growing up. I've made all the sacrifices that an average human being could make at the age of 45, but I probably didn't make a success of the opportunities I had because I didn't become rich. If Sahara Reporters was created by a white boy, my goodness, they would have bought us, all of us would have an island by now. So, but that's part of how you get when you are born in a certain part of the world. Opportunities just don't follow you like flies. If a white guy cheated Sahara Reporters where we were operating in New York, I guarantee you he would have walked away by now, because I started Sahara Reporter and it became a global brand. There's no debate about it. So it was when I started politics that I have to be answering questions about whether I'm being used by another person. Although they always accuse me of being used. And so many things I have to defend now. I don't have to defend it because it provided me some level of anonymity as well. Now, I cannot go on the street, in Nigeria and do what I used to. I can't go and buy suya. I can't do anything. Everybody's like, what are you doing here? How did you get here? This celebrity, but I used to prefer my life in New York, where I would just be roaming the street looking for African food, and all those things that made life easy. So this is probably the toughest part of my life, But because you can see sometimes there are things that I'm trying to get used to the part of politics that accepts rubbish, when people just see you and tell you like some BS, and you're like, I'm not supposed to respond that way because you are supposed to have a certain level of tolerance for the huge amount of debt and insults thrown at people. I don't used to be that easy. If you insulted me 5 years ago when I wasn't doing politics, I would just insult you back, and everybody would go back home. But,
all right,
but that's the easiest part. It's just like also we mature in these things. Doctor, thank you so much, Dr.
Thank you so
Dominic.
much. Yeah, guys.
Take more power nap if you need it.
Yeah, I'm going to sleep now. Don't worry.
Sleeping in public.
All right.
But I appreciate you, sir.
You're welcome.
I know you have to go, but let's people who are here, they've been waiting for a long time. Alex, you're next. Make it quick so that we can. He has to go. I think it's 12 in Nigeria. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, thank you so much. Good evening from here. Can you hear me, please?
I can hear you loud and clear, sir.
Okay. Yeah, I'm very glad and honored. And it's my privilege to meet you, Mr. Show. You can call
Thank
you
you
Mr.
so
Show
much,
from
brother.
2019.
Wow.
I'm privileged to speak with you. But in the other hand, if you happen to be Peter Obi, you will be privileged to speak with me. Because the reason I say so is that I love you as a person, not as a presidential candidate. Because I'm totally against Nigeria politics. For me, if all Nigeria can come together and say no to 2023 presidential election, that would be my very happiness in this earth. You talk about a card reader. In 2015, I work as a INEC in Uniba. I work with them. I use that card reader. Along the line, the card reader just went off.
Yes.
After the people I was accumulating, people on my queue, Alex, oh, do me this. I was like, it is no longer working. We make control. They told us that this machine is not going to, we have to go back to manual. So we have to drop the card reader on the bin and start doing the manual, the 419
It never
style.
worked. It never
Yes,
worked.
I used it. I'm a witness. I used it 2015 for Buhari before I left Nigeria. Now I told you, Dr. Shu, Baba Shu, I don't know what to call you because I so much love you as a person, but not as a presidential candidate. I swear to God. Now I'm going to ask you, you publish on your Sahara report that this, and you always say it in your statement, that Nigeria do a selection, not election.
Yeah.
And that is my first question. I have to write down because it belongs so I will not forget. And number two, you said this INEC can never be trusted.
Yes.
You said so the INEC can never be trusted. And for me, I'm seeing you like, let me say, according to the statistics out there now, you are number 5 in row of this after the obedience children, that is NSAS continua. You are number 5 in the row. And my last question to you is that this structure of Nigeria, you've condemned it quite a number of time, but you are still campaigning that the same structure that you said is not good. So how can you make a positive impact in this structure that you know fully well? You said it's what's his name? Under the president show, you know a lot of things about Nigeria. You know the Nigeria is not working. So I want to know why do you still decide to go into this election and not to support people that's agitated to break away from this country?
All right, thank you, Alex.
Thank you, Alex. You asked me 3 questions. The last one being that I'm not supporting people who are agitating for a breakup. That's not true. I support them because I know they have a right to self-determination. Where I differ is that I believe that there's something that's not been practiced in Nigeria yet before we abandon it completely. That's that he has never had great leadership. And I believe that I could be a source of that kind of leadership because I also know a lot of people who are willing to work with me to turn Nigeria around. Some of them you happen to have met, but you may not know them. And I think we have that ability to create a functioning Nigeria. The second aspect of it about election is that I know the characters that are organizing this election. I just got a call this evening from a guy who used to believe in the elections, that it will work, that all the PVCs meant for Kogi State has been given to APC leaders. INEC handed them over to them. When we went to meeting 3 days ago, INEC gave a presentation in the meeting and said, if you have PVC, it will not matter because BVAS has rendered PVCs useless. Does it make sense to you? If you don't have PVC, you cannot use BVAS. BVAS is a recognition device for your PVC. You have to dip it in. So he said those who are buying PVC are just wasting their time. No, they know what they are doing. The people who are buying PVC are not stupid. They are part of the system. They have nominated people to be federal commissioners in INEC. Are you getting my point? So they know all the weaknesses, but they like fooling people. The third part you were talking about was that why do I keep fighting a system that has internal contradiction that I've seen myself? And I've responded to this several times. The contradictions in Nigeria must be pushed to a point where John Google must show up. Are you getting my point? So some of you will not understand that also Nigeria cannot be broken up easily if the contradictions don't push Nigeria to a point where it's irreversible to talk about these issues. Are you getting my point? My job, apart from wanting to be president, is to point the contradictions to you and say to you, I hope the contradictions can serve us a great purpose of rescuing the country from these people. And if we can't rescue it, there are other options. But if we are not there, pointing the contradictions to you, some of you may not know. If I am not telling you about INEC as a presidential candidate and the chairman of a party, some of the information that is coming out of the place, would you know? You won't know. If you didn't go to serve in INEC as a presiding officer, how would you know that card reader don't work? You are the first person who is saying the same thing I'm saying, that card readers were rubbish. You are the first person who is saying it. Every other person has been saying that. Yes, you are the first person who is truthful enough. It's as if they swore to an oath of secrecy. Everybody has been saying that card reader was working. Card reader never worked.
It stopped. It
did not work for the card reader did not work for up to 20% of places in 2015. And Rudolph is my witness. When I came back from the election in 2015, he interviewed me, and I think we have it on YouTube, where I told you that the person that won the election is the person that was popularly chosen in the minds of the people, not the results. You know, so because people had lost interest in the ruling party, and anybody else that they chose in their mind, INEC just helped them to put in position. And the next election, they then help themselves to get into position. That's why I call it a selection, because I participated in the election in 2019. I knew that there was no election, none. If there was, it wasn't Buhari that won the election. It wasn't.
All right. Alex,
please, one more.
so, no, Alex, no, please. So we don't have time. Sorry. Samuel Yanis.
Good to see you again, His Excellency Sowore.
Samuel, how are you?
I'm all right. I say it to people. I'm an Igbo man to start with, but you know, when you come of age, you take a stand. So I say it to people unequivocally that I stand with Sowore because I've listened to all these presidential candidates and I have measured their intellectual capacity and their will to execute, you know, that political will to execute. And I say the person I see it from is Sowore. But of course, being an Igbo man, it's understandable if I'm sentimental, seeing that my people have been marginalized forever in that you know, nation forever. So if it comes to us, that wouldn't be a bad idea. But you actually stand out. That's to say the truth. And you cannot share these hours with us without somebody asking you a question that will bring you into campaigning. I want you to campaign. I heard you once talk about something related to, as though you're a futurist, you know, something related to futurism. And I want you to talk about it because I'm sick and tired of, you know, presidential candidates saying, oh, I will make sure there's energy, electricity, I'll fix the road. Man, listen, I've been hearing it since Abiola days.
Yes.
Since Abiola, they are fixing road.
Since I was born, yeah.
So talk to us in terms of saying here and forecasting into the future, you know, so that the world can know that Nigerians can actually get ahead in terms of, you know, putting together things that will change the entire continent of Africa. I've heard you once, but I'm not sure many people hear you. So I'm inviting you to share with us, you know, campaigning in terms of being a futurist.
Well, you know, I want to thank you, H. Samuel Nnamdi. I sometimes don't like being called, you know, it's not sometimes I hate being called Excellency, because those who share the appellation are very terrible people. They have no excellent character, they don't have excellent integrity, and they are not excellent performers. It's one of these I hate about Nigeria, with this patronage. Everybody's like, hey, Excellency this, Excellency that. Anyways, but in terms of futuristic campaigning, which you knew about. In fact, there was a video I was looking for, which was more prophetic about the future of classrooms. And I think I gave this speech in Germany, where I was talking to Nigerians in diaspora in Germany and told them that, as far as I'm concerned, I'm looking at the end of physical classrooms. This was 2019, as part of creating massive education for young people. And I think that, and I keep saying it, only to find out when COVID came that my kids were going to school from home. My wife would call me in the morning I call my wife says, your children are in school. I said, but there's COVID. He said, no, they are teaching them on Zoom. I said, what? I said this before, and I never thought it would happen so fast. And I started discussing with my wife, and she said, you have all these crazy ideas, but I don't take you serious. And Rudolph knows my wife. She's the person who disciplines me. And I said, I'm thinking the environmental impact of virtual education. You don't have to watch close of these kids every day, So the washing machine wasn't working throughout COVID a lot. It reduced the cost of maintaining a house on my wife's person. And the kids also developed new social cultures on how to relate. So because of COVID, there was more technology that was discussed, just like I was discussing medicine. She works in the telemedicine sector. Their shares went up because people who couldn't get to hospital were getting treatments at home over the telephone. And they were also getting medicines delivered to them by drone technology. So if you order for life-saving medicine now in some parts of the US, it will get to your house and it will be dropped right in front of you. I was talking futuristically about Lagos, and someone was laughing at me, and this was last week, by the way, Samuel, that in 10 years' time, if you have the right leaders in Nigeria, there won't be traffic in Lagos anymore. Why? Drone taxis will be here with us. And you can ask the drone taxi to drop you if you have a drone pad on your window, so that if your landlord is waiting for you to collect rent, he won't know when you arrive because drones will be noiseless. So, and if you want to carry Olosho, this idea of having to sneak her, you just ask drone to drop her in your window. Nobody will know when the Olosho wants to leave. This is a joke, but I'm talking futuristically about how technology will change the world and how thinking futuristically will be not only what will save the world, but will be the biggest income earner in the future. So if you are not thinking futuristically now, you will be jobless by virtue of your inability to think into the future. I addressed a gathering in Lagos in 2015, not 2015, 2014, I think, of journalists. All the journalists in Lagos came to a building in Lagos, and it was UBA. And I was invited to talk to them for 5 minutes. They were so intolerant of me being allowed to speak because they said I'm a gate crasher into the media space. And I walked in there, I said, anybody that has a newspaper in this room should go to the internet now, go and create websites, create an app. I said, newspapers are going out of business. On that day, the newspapers altogether in Nigeria were circulating over 1.something million per day. As of today, all the newspapers in Nigeria combined together are circulating less than 25,000 copies per day. Reason is that nobody's waiting the next day, including the editor, to read news. News is broken instantly and read instantaneously and responded to. In the past, if you have a newspaper, the editor chooses who responds in a letter to the editor. He picks the nicest letter, the best written letter, the most polite letter, publishes it, and that's all you get, maybe 3 letters. Today, if you publish on Sahara Reporters in the comment section, as soon as you are publishing, you are getting some of the 20 nastiest, comments.
for people who are gatekeepers in the comment section. If you post it to Facebook, you're getting another 1,000 in an hour. If it goes to Twitter, it gets worse. You go to Instagram. So has the idea of a newspaper editor choosing a letter to the editor not be defeated? Just a little part. Even the idea of anything now, copywriters, editors are about to go away with ChatGPT, right? Because all you need to tell ChatGPT now is say, I want to write a story about Rudolph Okonkwo. Just dictate it to it. It will give you a 200-page book on Rudolph. So those who are publishing books will also soon be out of business. Why? Technology. And anybody who is not taught into it as to how you cope with that technology, you are going to be out of work. Those of us who are using website as a means of communication will also be out of work. In fact, right now, nobody goes to the websites anymore. It is what you post on social media that people engage with, and they stay there. It is when the stories say that there is a document on the page or pictures that they don't post that people then go to the website. Website visitations have reduced drastically because the future of news reporting, the future of communication and engagement is no longer websites. It's moved to the microblogging sites. Before, the biggest TV stations used to be CNN, BBC, and the rest of them. I have said it authoritatively that the biggest TV station today in Nigeria is Facebook. In the world is Facebook, because there's no big TV station in Nigeria that doesn't have a Facebook Live. So everything is sequestered on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. And one day, Twitter and Facebook will merge. Somebody will buy somebody, and I suspect that it's Facebook that will buy Twitter if they need it, or they will create their own Twitter, or there will be an artificial intelligence newspaper completely, who you just say in the morning, please, I'm going to the toilet. By the time I come back, these are the topics I'm interested in. Prepare a newspaper for me covering my interests. I want Nigerian election. When you come back, he would have prepared the story, he would have done the pagination, he would have done the editing, and all you need to do is read it, and you won't need to ever go to Sahara Reporters if you are not careful. That's the future, and this has to think futuristically, and that's why the idea of analog leaders must be thrown into the dustbin, because the world has gone completely digital. That's the future for you. And the same thing happens to electricity. Very soon there will be electricity without wires. We are going to have cars that have no drivers. So if you are still a big man at the car park in Nigeria, killing people you call yourself Agberu, what are you going to do when you now have buses that don't have drivers and conductors? You are going to be out of work.
All right, thank you. Samuel, thank you so much. Alaro, you're next.
Wow, thanks a lot, Dr. Damages. And with all due respect, thank you very much, sir. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here.
Thank you,
I've been getting involved in Nigerian politics since 2004. So me, myself, getting involved. And what I tell people up to date is you cannot complain until you get into the field. I'm by no means as involved as yourself, because I'm staying at a safe distance, way out here. So I have not committed anything or lost anything to even compare to what you have went through. And I've been trying to make a difference, because I've been doing that just to look for that change, that hope in that country. I've been trying to do that by getting involved in diaspora through PDP since 2004. Open. We've had a group open that if enough of us can get into that, we can make a difference somehow. So that's been the drive. I could have easily went to APC as a true Lagosian, which I'm sure you can testify to.
Yes.
Be a Lagosian and you have roots in Lagos, they will take you straight to Tinubu, say, this is this person's person.
Right. You're
and
right.
you become a part of the criminality. Easily, I didn't have to. 90%, close to 90% of my own family, we are not even interacting because I cannot be a part of that. If you want change in Nigeria, you will have enemies even within your own family.
That's right. Very true. This is very true.
Very true. And as you have stated your age, I'm a year older than you, but in our own saying, they say, so all due respect, sir, you can explain it to the people after I'm done. And right now, with this situation today, a month from elections, I don't believe, I'm supporting Peter Obi. Dr. Damages know that very well. Yes. I don't believe any of the 5 candidates. I'm saying there's 5 candidates. I don't believe nobody should step down for anybody. A step down only helps APC and PDP. It's a 5-man race. Nobody should step down. The people have the best chance if all 5 candidates stay in. The advantages of today is youth awareness. Youth awareness, this is where you have won. Because people are saying, if you don't win presidency, you have already won. Because youth awareness today that we're all benefiting from is from decades of activism. Awareness is created by activism. You've been doing this for decades. This is the mindset. People's mind is what is changing Nigeria today. You've switched from your sacrifice, the awareness of the youth have changed. This is why these 2 major parties are having a problem. They are not sure. They are throwing everything at it now, and even still, they are not sure of the outcome for the first time in Nigeria. So the progress have been made. I commend you, and Nigerians should be grateful for your sacrifice. I cannot even imagine what you go through. The things you're telling us and the things we hear about is this much compared to what I know you go through on a daily basis. I know what it has cost me at the distance where I'm at. So I cannot imagine you being there. My hat's off, all the best. And I wish the best on Nigeria. Dr. Damages, thanks you for the chance, for bringing him. And thank you for all the job you do for us.
Thank you, Alaro. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
And I hope this is the last person, Dr. Damages.
Yeah, he's the last person. John Abba is the last person. The other person left, I removed him, and I know you are.
Oh, to Chuku, yeah. Please help me say hello to him.
Yeah, John Abba is in Dallas, so he has a chance to talk to you. John Abba, go ahead.
My brother Sowore, thank you for all you do for our country, and I can only imagine what you have been through. There is a saying in the Bible says, no man can do this thing except God be with him. It's a rough place. You sacrifice so much to create this awareness. Whatever the outcome of 2023 election in the next few days is going to be, it's still you, Sowore, that have created that awareness. And only thing that I want to say again is that I've done and I'll continue to do what I've been doing in Benue State and the other part of my own area. Nelson met with you in Abuja. Those are running for councillor under AAC, and took picture with you, and also I encourage the House of Rep to run under AAC in Benue. All of that.
Yes, I'm in Benue today.
Yeah, no, yeah. I was the show earlier. I've spent so much time in order to come, but I know the line is jammed. So thank you so very much. Don't have so much to say than to thank you for all the sacrifice you are making for all of us, and to all the other brothers and sisters that don't understand how far you have come. I hope you find a place in your heart to forgive all of them. If some of them don't know what you've been through and they think it's a cheap talk. Talk is cheap. Anybody can say anything. But walking the walk and that part is a very dangerous territory. But so far, you are doing well, and we continue to pray and continue to work with you. And thank Dr. Damages for the opportunity I've given. Also created his own. The only thing you said that he's not good in protest. I don't know why he's not.
He doesn't like Dr. Damages doesn't like protest. I'm the one. If you find him in a protest, I dragged him there. You know, he has his other skills, and you know he's heavily talented. But protest is not one of them.
Yes, I know how you.
I try to combat him. You know, instead he invites me to come to his house to eat after protest.
Yeah, give you some energy to carry on.
All right, Janaba.
Thank you, Dr. Damages.
Janaba, thank you so much.
Sorry, I will see you soon by God's grace.
All right,
thank you, John.
Thank you,
appreciate
brother.
you, sir.
Yeah, I appreciate you.
So, Sowore, it's up to you now to round up. There were so many questions I couldn't get to them. People would be mad.
I know. And I apologize that we couldn't spend as much time as I would have wanted with you, my friend, Dr. Damages. You are older now, man.
Mm-hmm. with my glasses, you know.
Yeah, you're now wearing those, people, the glasses of the people with older people with higher IQ.
I don't know about that. It's going lower, actually. I don't remember anything. But thank you so much for joining us today.
No, thank you so much.
Appreciate
what I realized is that a lot of people wanted to get on the show, but it was full. I was getting messages that I should beg you to let them come on, but I said to them, please, let's wrap up on time. I will try and be back before the election.
Yes, please.
I actually want to come and do a fundraiser on your show. So I know you don't support candidates, but
but if you want to, we can do that. You have to come.
No problem. But thank you everyone for coming and for joining us. Those who drop questions. Some actually even reached me with questions on Facebook when they couldn't get on board. We'll try to be back, and we'll get back to work and try the best we can. All of us are hoping for the best for our country. I've said this, a lot of people might have disagreements over how we are trudging on, but I just think that sometimes it's the crime we commit in fighting for Nigeria is the crime of passion. It's that place that you don't have anything to do with, but you can't not deal with it. Like you remember this song about Hotel California. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you check in, you check out, but you can't leave. That's what Nigeria is for a lot of us. Whether you leave the country or you're still in it, you just checked in, you checked out, and you can't leave. But we hope that in the next dispensation we'll be able to live a better life, and that's why we're here. And thank you so much, Dr. Damages. Thank you for your years of friendship. We take this for granted from time to time. We don't even look at ourselves. We don't say to ourselves, "How are you, my friend?" Thank you.
Thank you for all you do. We will be back and we will keep talking about this. Thank you. All right, we will take a break and then we'll be back to review what we just saw and bringing everybody to the studio, those who are still with us. Let's just take 2 minutes break.
Look here, face me like Facebook. I go see sound, and I go see that chameleon. Time don't come for us to wake up. My people, it's not time for action. Yeah. No more talk. We know how the leaders, we don't tire. This situation, we don't need to.
Then say, the way you lay your bed, now so you go lie on top. When you sell your votes, not poverty, you lay invite to make you shine your eye.
photo. No shishi for bride. If you talk, we say, and I talk, we say. No shishi for bride. If you talk and I talk, and we all the talk, we say. No shishi for bride. No shishi for bride. No shishi for bride. If you sell your vote, sell opportunity, sell your tomorrow.
You say good roads, good health, and education.
Them say the way you lay your bed, that's how you go lie on top. They go try to buy the chichi, make you know say your future watches. Then go surely take a map with profit, now you go so far. So far, Naija. Amen. Monkey go the war. Amen. Bamboo go the shore. Amen. Say that's what we go there. Make you not sell your photo. No shishi for bride.
If I do my part and you do your part,
no shishi for bride. Make we play our part and we build this land. No shishi for bride. You say no shishi for bride. You say no shishi for bride.
Corruption kill us, bribery finish us. Last, you could still got us. Who want change Nigeria but us? Let's make it work again, everybody rise again. Tire for the talk, nobody want do the work, nobody want die there. I speak with no fear, change out for them, you can't buy my soul. No shishi for your votes, this not the new votes. How much is your vote really worth? How much they want to give you for the pain? If we choose wrong, then wait till we gain. My brother, wait till we gain.
Don't go sell your future to some criminals who don't get the conscience. Don't be say we go just do the fun vex and still allow nonsense for another 4 years. Cause my people still dead jobless. Every day my people still they die in hundreds. So make we shine our eye, cause not be only 2 bad choices where they the contest. Give me one more verse, please. I'm talking to you precisely. You day school office or they do NYC with your PVC. You can vote wisely, even when the offer the bidding is so spicy. No shishi for bride. If you talk, we say, and I talk, we say. No shishi for bride. Make to play our part and we build this land. No shishi for bride. No shishi for bride. No shishi for bride. Nigeria go better. No shishi for bride.
if I do my part and you do your part.
No shishi for bride. You talk and you talk, you're the talk. No shishi for bride. No shishi for bride. No shishi for bride. Don't say your vote. Don't say your vote.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Thank you all for staying, and those who couldn't join and ask questions, I'm sorry. I wish we could get everybody in. Unfortunately, we couldn't. I will get him back before the election. And hi, people look quiet and calm. Let me hear from people who didn't get a chance to say anything.